Coffee, coffee. Hello? Oh, I went to the kitchen to get some water, a drinky drink, and I didn't even get the water. So today is Tuesday, and technically we're supposed to be prospecting, but I went to go wash the dishes, and I was thinking that because I don't really need the Hexite, right? And no one ever really shows up for this one anyway. So I already put it out there. So they can profit if they want to, but I might want to finish doing the claim supplies for this session. Just because I already have so much limited time to do things. I didn't take my iron pill today. But we got some pad thai later. We got some yummy videos to watch today. Where are my videos actually? Anyway. Oh no. Why is this behind? Oh, maybe I just need to change this. Yeah. See, I planned to do it. It was on my list today. But I already have so much. Right? I have a lot of it. Also, I'm not even close to being back yet. Pretty sure I'm still in R14 from last night. Yep, I'm still in the water. This. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh no! Who's attacking Moonlight? Can I not see? Damn. Can't see from here. What's going on? Someone is attacking them. Trying to take over their land. I threw more mincemeat pies in the market. Oh, this wind sucks right here, but it's not bad. I got the ore and I have the tree tracks. Claim supplies. It says I only needed 15, but it looks like I have 57. I did get them. I'm just going to strike this out. I need like a task list. 76 players are online right now. Then I need to go get some clay. I think I got the. Did I not get the chunks? I gotta see what's in my bag. I'm gonna have to create something where I can do like a task list. I'm pretty sure something like this already exists, like a task list. Um, aligned with the iron tree, iron branch. I guess possibly if someone wanted to, they could just sail through here, all the way down here, all the way over here. But this wind right here in this corner is always against you if you do that. It's better to just walk down the whole path here a lot faster than going against the wind, I think. Unless you have like maximum boat stuff on, I suppose. Or maybe like a Clipper 7. Fuck these windbreakers. I don't think I thought this through, actually. I didn't bring any cart stuff. Oh, no, 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 we're fine, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine. Okay. Oh, and we got this here. We got this here. I like the way you do that right there, right there. Also should have bought. Whatever. We did it. Okay, so the first video I kind of want to watch is it's a Social Simone video. Came out a day ago. Okay, we're officially super fans now. Okay, we're here for day one videos. Do I want some food? I'd probably kill for a muffin actually. All right, let's go. Let's go.
I deposited my 401k because I took it all out so that I could pay off my credit cards because your girl was drowning.
Deposited your 401k so you could.
Wait, what happened?
I'm really buzzing because I just deposited my 401k. I deposited my 401k because I took it all out so that I could pay off my credit cards because your girl was drowning.
Deposited your 401k so you could pay off your credit card debt. This is interesting. I thought she was saying she was depositing money into her 401k. She's saying she took it out. Okay. Let's go in open-minded.
I was drowning in credit card debt because I had lost my job when I was 14. So I had to put everything on credit cards.
I'm so sorry to see you like this. With the pause in the wrong time, ma'am. I just control the technology, not the faces y'all make. Anyway, she lost her job while she was on a trip in Europe, which honestly, what a bad time to lose your job, right? Having fun, seeing the world, and on that same trip, you lose your employment. And y'all have nothing against travel. I think if you have the resources to travel, there's nothing wrong with it. Where I think traveling can be dangerous is exactly what we're seeing here. If perhaps you go to travel and maybe you don't have emergency funds set up, and I'm not sure if she did. She may have had them. But many times, what I think a lot of us see is people going to travel just off of the money that they either have saved for that travel, but probably not a lot of buffer room left over if something were to go wrong, which is why I often stress the importance of an emergency fund. The emergency fund, hopefully, if you can stack about 6 months worth of funds in there, it's a great start. I mean, we see how the economy is looking for a lot of people right now. Things are looking a little shaky, which is why I think it's so important. This is very sad.
And I just couldn't do it anymore. Literally crying to my friend. I was like, what do I do? Do I file bankruptcy? Do I take out a personal loan? I just don't want to pay anybody back. That was the whole goal is to just be done with this. I just don't know what to do. She's like, wait, you still have a 401k from Warner when we worked there because we worked at Warner together. And I was like, yeah, why? She's like, well, no.
Money to get out of debt and money to pay off her credit card. That makes sense. Because when I do something like this, what exactly am I doing? Oh my God, I'm about to be in survival mode type of a situation. You start looking around like, hey, what money do I have? If there is no emergency fund money, if there is no 28%, 29%, 32% for some of these credit cards. And as she stated, it was taking a toll on her. But the sad part about all of this that I find unfortunate is that she had to do that because there was no other funds available when it seemed like she lost her job. It didn't seem like she had other money available. And now what could have potentially compounded over an extended period of time and helped her prepare for her retirement, she's used it. Not only that, you end up getting penalties if you withdraw it before a certain age. And she doesn't look like she's at the age where she can withdraw without penalties. And I know a lot of y'all, why was she in Europe? She was on vacation. The vacation isn't the problem. It's the order of operations. You know, you have a job, great. Go on vacation, great. This is very typical of most people. I'm just outlining it so everybody is situationally aware of how things can get a little sticky. Now, you have the job, go on a trip, and then you lose your job, okay? And after you lose your job, your 401k comes into question. We're, in my opinion, missing a step here, which is the savings, the emergency fund money. That's why a lot of people who are in the expertise of financial literacy recommend people to have 3 to 6 months of an emergency fund because for many people, the retirement, which is for your retirement, ends up being the emergency fund. And that's not supposed to be the emergency fund money, y'all. That the emergency fund money is specifically for things like job loss. The 401k, that's for your retirement. So then you end up taking away from future you. When current you, if you're blessed enough to have the resources, should be planning and putting money aside in that emergency fund in the event something like this happens. And it's not just losing your job, y'all. It's anything like you getting sick, a divorce, a death in the family, you know, home repairs, dental repairs. You know, it could even be vehicle repairs. It could be if your business goes under and things don't go as planned. The emergency fund doesn't even have to be for if you get laid off. It could be just you got injured and you might need to be out of work for a minute. And maybe your PTO doesn't cover enough time or you're not going to get paid. You need to make sure your bills are being paid. That is what the emergency fund is for. If you don't have that, honestly, I would hope at least you have a 401k. I would hope. Not saying that I think this is the first thing you should run to, but the point is, that's what it's for, an emergency. And I only say this to spread awareness, y'all. You never want to wait till something bad happens to try to figure things out. It can get a little sticky, man.
She's like, take it out and pay it. She's like, you know that you're gonna get a job soon again, and like you're just aggressively put into your 401k then. And I was like, you're brilliant, because I'm like, when I pay my credit cards off, I can just put it back into a 401k. I was paying like $1,300 a month in credit card debt. That's the minimum, mind you.
$1,300 a month in credit card debt. And this is another reason why we have these conversations. That's the minimum payment for her. What I do find interesting that I just can't gloss over is she said she was in Europe. Hey, I don't know the business of her travel, but $30,000 as a minimum payment in Europe and losing your job. This is a lot already. This is a lot going on. And not even just borrowing from the 401k. It sounds like she had a taxable event. Now, I could be wrong. Some people borrow from their 401k in the form of like a loan, and then they essentially pay it back. I'm not sure if that's what she did. And if her plan is, in fact, to take her money when she gets a new job and max it out, I truly hope she does. I truly hope she sticks to her plan and has something set aside for her future. Because the truth is, these companies ain't gonna give you nothing. They're not. I'm not sure if they're doing that. I don't know how many rich people she knows. To be fair, I don't know where she's getting that from. Ma'am, if they're rich, they probably got an emergency fund. They probably don't need to wipe out a 401k to pay off credit card debt if they're rich. If they're rich, and I know everybody has their own definition of what rich is. I'm not.
Wow. I went to go wash my hands and Simone was still talking. Do I have 2 cents on this? I don't think so. I mean, it's true. What she said is true. I'm sure people know how their finances work. Also, I'm not your mama, okay? If you want to pay $25 on a $20,000 balance, that's between you and that company, okay? I wouldn't withdraw from my 401k to pay off credit card debt. Personally, I wouldn't do that. But, you know, to each his own. This video is 50. Oh, why did I think it was 50 minutes long? What? It's 35. All right.
At this point, like maybe some of y'all need social media rich. Like they have all these nice things. Oh my gosh, they just wiped their debt clean and they found bankruptcy. A lot of those people, they be living below their means and they like to show off to the internet. Really rich people, I'm not sure they're doing this. I'm not. They be having 401ks, IRAs, businesses, brokerage accounts. They have stocks and bonds. They just be having a lot. Equity in companies, businesses they can borrow from, brokerage accounts they can borrow from, like really rich. And taking from your 401k before you're a certain age is a taxable event. Rich people love to avoid a taxable event. So I'm just like, girl, you think that's the first line of defense for somebody that's, I just don't think so. I have to disagree. But I am glad that she found a solution that worked well for her. But let's be honest, this wouldn't work well for everybody. Though she says she has a plan to pay back her 401k, I wouldn't advise anybody to do this, and I'm not advising you to do anything because I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just yapping. The reason I think it wouldn't make the most sense for most people is most people already don't like to put aside anything even for an emergency, which is why we see things like this happen. So if those same people were to then take from their 401ks and then say, oh, I'm going to pay it back. I'm going to pay it back. I'm going to be responsible and put on, yeah, I'm going to do that. Are we supposed to believe they would do that then, later, when they haven't done it yet? That can be dangerous for them. I just don't see it happen. And then when they get older, they don't have a pension. They don't have any retirement. They don't have a 401k. They have no brokerage account. They have no businesses, no reoccurring income, not even an IRA. They have nothing. And you know what they'll have to keep doing? Working. They'll have to keep working, which is why I say this could be dangerous. For some people, the 401k is their saving grace. And one of the things, when they get older, they can use as an asset. If they truly had a plan and executed that plan for the future. Is there times in life situations where things happen and they might not be able to? Of course, there's nuance to everything. But I would definitely say it's better to have it than to not have it if you don't want to work forever.
Everyone. I just feel so excited. That's my friend who like told me about this because I didn't even think about it. Didn't even think about it, so yay!
It's a good thing her friend told her if it's a bad thing. I want to know what y'all think. My vote. Nah. Let me see the comments. And she said things no one talks about but should. Pound credit card debt, pound credit cards, pound credit repair, pound 401k. Okay. Now the first comment here says hot take. It's an old school idea to not touch your 401k. And someone here replied with, not really a hot take, just bad advice if you want to make money long term. Withdrawing early means losing a decent percentage of what you've invested due to penalties and taxes. Very true. It's just not really worth it. Others say, ignore the hate. If you feel like you can breathe again, you did the right thing. You can take that $1,300 on minimums and put it into a Roth and catch up quick. Congrats. She says, exactly my point. Thank you for getting it. And I would honestly say, I won't lie. On the surface level, it does sound like a valid point. And I definitely can get where they're coming from because they're like, hey, she can now spend this $1,300, putting it into a Roth and catching up. Now, that does sound legit, right? But we also have to remember that she has withdrew whatever amount of money in order to do this. So whatever that was is gone. It's gone to pay a debt. And I think it's fair to say, just saying, oh, you can catch up is kind of like an oversimplification because she cashed out an asset. That's what a 401k is. It is an asset. And now she does not have the asset. It took her however long to build that asset. And she traded her asset that she already had for the possibility of being able to contribute in the future. You see what I mean? And the reason I'm saying that like that is because it's not a guarantee that she will be able to do that, to catch up. And that's why I think it's like oversimplified when you're saying you could just catch up. Now, what if you struggle to get a job? Because in what she said in the conversation, how it went with her friend is, okay, well, you're not gonna be that. You're not gonna be without a job for long, right? You'll be able to get a job and you just catch up. We have to be honest about today's society and the economy. For a lot of people, there are people that have been without a job for 2 years, and I don't wish that on anybody. But I wouldn't be shocked to hear that. So may not just be as easy as just get the job and catch up. You might be out of a job longer than you think. And now you have wiped out the asset. I'm glad she doesn't have the debt anymore. But who is to say that this quote unquote catching up will be as easy as it sounds? And TikTok make everything sound just easy. It does. It does. It sounds like, I just got it. The truth is, we never know. We never know. What if the employment takes a bit longer than one would wish? Then you may have to resort back to credit cards. And then with that, you might have to catch up on paying back those credit cards because you're out of a job. That's a likely thing that can happen to a lot of people. So what future are people worrying about when they're trying to worry about right now is my point. You have to be in a good standstill currently as far as your finances before you start thinking about the future. That's just how most people think. They're not thinking like, well, 10 years from now when I'm trying to figure out how to pay the light bill. I'm trying to figure out how to eat. So what they're suggesting is pretty nuanced, to be honest. It can work, it can. I hope it does. But real life doesn't always go with these thought processes that we thought about in this conversation. It says, yes, as somebody who has a financial burden, it hurts when people are in debt. I hate to tell you, and it doesn't make sense that your 401k is making 10% interest, but your regular salary is 22%. Go ahead and work. Try to do other things. And then in the meantime, try and save 30% in a high savings account so you can have an emergency fund. I'm glad round the clock, baby, no, there's a time and a place. In a funny way, in this specific situation, if y'all don't have an emergency fund and you are trying to save for something, that is not a bad idea. It's a bad idea because it's not. You have no emergency. Some days may get to a point where you have excess and you're gonna want to do things. There's nothing wrong. It's not a crime to spend money that you've been disciplined and achieved and stewarded in the right way. But the one piece is, please plan for an emergency. Please. You never know. You really never know nowadays. It can just be like $100 a month. It's whatever you can actually afford. But please, y'all, 3 to 6 months. 3 to 6 months. If you can do that, then have all the fun you want to have. Make sure you're out of debt. Go on the trips. Nothing wrong with that. But doing things in another order can be dangerous. And she goes on to say, so God forbid you are in a situation like that again. Instead of just living off a credit card debt, you have cash. Yes. Exactly. And she said, thank you for this. So I'm glad it landed for her. I am. She has already moved the money. She has done what she has done. All we can hope is that she makes better decisions today in order to have a better future. And if you really support me, you know why I said that. Now.
Wow, it seems that everybody in my comments in the last video are all 401k specialists.
Now, ma'am, I ain't even want to do you like this, but you did it to yourself. Now, I am not the
Well, the 401k isn't a new thing, and I'm pretty sure lots of people have them. And lots of times it's not emergency fund, it's for retirement. And what does Simone say? You don't even look like you're retiring. 34, 24, it's 28, 29. Bro, what? I've been cucking myself this whole time. Oh, right. It only has one slot. Useless, bro. Fucking useless. I mean, in this moment, it is useful because I only have two things, but one slot. I guess it can't make it too OP. Before I leave, I need to put on my foraging gear. Or do I want to put on my or should I do both? Well, I should do foraging first. Is this foraging? Oh, I get to use my land weaver ring. Fuck yeah. Do I have a foraging ringgit? I do. Do I have foraging food? What's this? I do. I only have two. I gotta get more peach cobbler, I guess. Carrot on a stick. Do I want this? I think I do. How much tier 7 wood do I need? 75. This isn't gonna cut it. I need this. I guess it'll work for foraging, but mount speed. No. We're not gonna bring that. And then we're gonna do some cobbler. I don't know. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this like 50 TP points if I I know all stuff here, so why did I leave? I didn't even put anything on. Also, I didn't grab any forestry thing. Do I have forestry rings? I do, actually. Holy shit nuggets. 8.8. 8% plus experience. I got my experience. Kind of want it. All right, let me just put this stuff on so I don't forget. Simone, I'm listening.
401k specialist you speak of, but why are you looking at us like this? Why are you looking at us like this?
Everyone's an accountant. Everyone's like, make sure you put money away for your 10% for the taxes. Well, duh.
Now, we can't just act like everything is a duh when allegedly it doesn't seem like she had an emergency fund set up. Because I would think that somebody who is in Europe on any sort of trip might have that set up as well. And that is not an attack on her, or it's just me understanding that some people might be saying things because they don't know if you know. And this is on the internet. Like, the floodgates were open for people to comment, and rightfully so. I think people are concerned, and they just might be wondering because everybody's level of financial education and financial literacy is different, and many people are looking at this situation like, ma'am, why would you take out money out of your 401k after being fired? Because the first thing that comes to many people's heads is, if you were in Europe, did you not have money for an emergency? That might be a given to some people, but it didn't seem like she was on board with that because she was taking out money out her 401k.
The amount of people that project their own fears onto others is crazy. You know nothing about my situation. You only know what I told you online.
Right.
I don't know. It's just so funny and crazy to me how many people project their own fears onto other people. And that's really what I learned from posting that video. Because yeah, taxes are scary. Like pulling out your 401k is scary. Debt feels scary. It all feels scary because it feels so big. I appreciate everybody and their opinion, but also I didn't ask for it.
Ma'am, now this is where I'm not with y'all. I'm not with y'all when
Didn't ask. Didn't ask. Get the fuck out of here. Didn't ask.
certain information is disclosed on social media, TikTok of all places, which is like the
To be honest, you should keep financial information, especially that detailed of financial information. If you don't want anybody to comment on it, you can, I know it's a weird concept, you can keep it to yourself. You keep it to yourself. Actually, it's one of the cornerstones of things that you do keep to yourself, right? Like what you do in the bedroom, you keep to yourself. Your financial, you keep to yourself. You know what I mean? You kind of keep it to yourself. I don't have a financial. I don't have a I don't have a forestry crafting ring. I just have this one. Okay. Oh, I need to put these in here. I already forgot why I was here. All right. So 3 shouldn't be bad. You know, I can always come back to this. 1. I think, I don't know if 2 is enough, but pies stack up to 10 in your inventory. Right? This peach cobbler. Peach cobbler. Do we have peach cobbler? We do. We actually have 90 cobblers. Cool. What's that? Peach cobbler. Hello? Oh. They're 283. Is it 10? Oops. No, I'm at 90. Oh, it's not 10. Okay. Well, let's find it. Back to Smen.
Here's a 401k, I'm getting desperate. That's not what they heard. They heard credit card debt, trips, bad decisions, ball till you fall. I'm telling you what they heard in their head. And they don't know if you know what you should know. And then to say nobody asked for their opinion, that's interesting. That's interesting. I understand. I think it's fair to say nobody asked your opinion. Great. But on social media, that's what you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna get. It doesn't matter if you asked. I don't ask people stuff every day. Guess what? I get told almost under every video, I'm greasy. I'm greasy. Do you think I asked? I get asked Simone, what is on your lips? What are you wearing? They're inquiring about what is on my lips. I didn't ask them to do that. They're doing it. Sometimes I'm talking in a
Hexite event. Let's go. Let's go. Hexite event. Let's go. Let's go.
No, but this is social media. So you know what they do? They get in the comments and they say stuff. What can we do? It's like telling a story that is quite interesting, by the way. So good, and only expecting people to watch would be crazy. It's like saying, no, your eyes are okay, just look at me and listen to me talk, but they can't say nothing. They're going to say something. They're going to say something. And let this be a lesson to all of y'all who think that you can have it your way on social media. You can. You can. That is what comes with social media. If you don't like it, you gotta stay off of it. You have a choice not to make the videos or record them because it opens you up for critique. It does. You either get with it or you get lost. But you can't have it both ways. You can't have the attention and get paid off and get all the likes and followers and grow your platform and then just who asked you? Like, man, you came to us. You came to us.
You know, it's just so crazy, like putting yourself out there on social media and then like somebody who doesn't know you thinks that they do and knows your whole situation and then projects
doing in other people's situation and say, you know what? If I do that, this is what may happen to me. Here's a situation I might end up in. And then it stops them. Social media can be a learning lesson, a tool, if you will, for many people who utilize it in a way to educate other people. And I'm hoping that is what happens here. Even though I don't think that was her intent, but that's what I'm trying to do. And who better to use as an example than people in real life that are actually saying this is what's happening to them? Y'all are the evidence. Y'all are the evidence of a lot of the stuff that people are saying to be aware about and to be cautious about when they're moving financially. Y'all are. And that's okay. To be the example. To be the example and warn other people of the dangers that you have experienced.
And I'm like, girl, please. Please. Wow, it seems that everybody in my comments in the last video are all 401k specialists.
Not the girl, please. Now this first comment says, I work in banking. I have my whole career. At no time has it been ever advised to withdraw your 401k to pay off bills. If you withdraw early, there's generally around a 40+% penalty for that. Taking out a loan against your 401k is much better and lower rates than your credit card. Now, I'm not telling anyone what to do. Do your own research. I'm just reading. Also, consolidation loans are generally easier to pay off than credit cards. You do you, but my expertise from a career in banking would never advise you to do what you did. And she said, dude, I literally do not care. Thank you. Now, y'all know me, and y'all know I like to read a little something from an official website. So this is the IRS website, and the topic here is retirement exceptions to tax on early distributions. Again, I am not a professional. I am just reading because I know a lot of y'all don't want to do that, and that is okay. We're here together.
What do you mean reading? That's crazy.
Income tax and may be subject
You want me to read?
tax. Now, y'all, this is according to the IRS website. Going on to say, generally, the amounts an individual withdraws from an IRA or retirement plan before reaching age 59 and a half are called early or premature distributions. Individuals must pay an additional 10% early withdrawal tax unless an exception applies. I don't know if she had an exception. I'm not sure if job loss is an exception. Do your own research. But y'all see what I just read. But y'all want to know something? It actually has all of the exceptions right here. If you scroll down, one of them being automatic enrollment when you reach the age of 59 and a half. Going on to say birth or adoption. And it says here on the chart, reading across, if it's applying to a 401k, an IRA, etc., it tells you what the qualifications are so you don't have to get hit with the 10% additional distribution tax. But I will state some of the things I am seeing on here. Home buyers, education, disaster recovery distribution, disability, death, birth or adoption, medical, military. The list goes on and on. Do your research, y'all. Now, she said, meanwhile, uneducated, fearful people are arguing in my comments about me taking out my 401k to pay my credit cards back. Meanwhile, I know it's the best thing I could have possibly done for myself. I don't really know how they're uneducated by some of them stating the facts, but I digress. I truly think some people were trying to help. Y'all let me know. Now, this is an interesting one that she made a follow-up video to. It says, selling your future and financial freedom for $10 coffees, trips to Europe, and leather seats, and a panoramic sunroof. You have to understand, every 1K you spend now is like 20K in retirement. That's an interesting comment, but let's see day in the life after cashing out her 401k to pay off her credit cards. Okay, so she's saying, wake up using my Hatch alarm. Okay, I wanted to show this real quick. Why I think that's interesting that she's talking about the Hatch alarm clock that she's waking up to is that that alarm clock is $135. And I only know that because we did a video about things that people said were absolutely worth the money, and that was one of the things on the list was this expensive alarm clock. And I said, oh, she's trying to flex on y'all. Already off the top, that's where this is going. But let's see. Then she said sunlight is stretching by the pool. Then she's changing into a little cute workout outfit. Do y'all see the background? Look, this is what I see what she's doing here. You know what? I'm gonna let her keep going. She got her chia pudding that her chef made for her allegedly. I can't confirm nor deny, but ma'am, we see the ceilings. We see it. We see the cabinets. We see the counters. We see it, the lights. expensive. Okay, then she said driving my foreign car with leather seats and open the panoramic roof. For those of y'all who don't know, this is an Audi. This is a very iconic, expensive car for many people to drive that some people would say is a status symbol, but let's keep going. And then she said she got her organic $17 grass fed, locally sourced BPA free latte. Why am I showing y'all this? Because she is actually just poking fun at the fact that she's just blowing money. That's what she's insinuating here. This is all connected. And when she said she doesn't care earlier, I believe her. I do believe her. I think she thinks the internet is a bunch of haters, and everybody is hating on her and her lifestyle and the debt that she had and the $1,300 minimum payments that she was drowning in for whatever reason, and that they don't understand her situation and they don't got the full gist. They don't understand, and I get it. People lose their jobs. I actually understand that. But what this video is screaming to me is that, there were other decisions made along the way, and it's the mind state. It's the mindset. But let's continue. Let's see how far we go here. You got your matcha. Okay, I love that. You got your personal trainer, whatever. You got another matcha. You caffeined up, shawty. Okay, I like that for you. A little simple matcha. Then you're gonna get you some lunch. You're gonna go out to eat to Cava, whatever that is. You booked the flight, flew to Miami, and then you're waiting on an Uber to the hotel to go to the beach. And your life is so fancy. You at the beach again, and then you're at the beach again. A quick nap at the resort. Whatever this is, you staying out all night.
Why did I have less than 2,500?
During the devil's hours, and now you flying back home in the morning. Okay, cool. And
Oh, because I.
that's a video for the people who love a YOLO lifestyle. Like, yeah, right, whatever. Like, and I have no clue if this is a true day in her life. She could just definitely be trolling y'all. What this tells me is this lady really don't take y'all serious or this conversation. So let's just have fun with it and see how far we gonna go. Now, someone said, so just proving him right. She said, what do you mean? See, others saying, not bad, but it's like watching a train wreck. And that's how I'm feeling. That's how I'm feeling. It's just like some of y'all just don't realize it until it's in front of you. And very interesting. Another comment here saying, I did this when I was younger. Had I not, I would be a millionaire. Regrets come once you realize your mistake. Hey, we can't have everybody understand what's going on. They have to want to see the stuff and be serious. And unfortunately, I think she just thinks this is a joke. I don't think she gets it. But my, I'm glad that we have these sort of comments and these sort of videos online, because I know some of y'all out there. Are this person. And one of these videos gonna wake you up. One day, girl. And I was just scrolling up to see if the plot would thicken, and girl, you can't be. It says, emptied out my 401k to pay off my credit cards, and I was finally able to buy a car.
Wow. Wow. What? What? Emptied out my 401k to pay off my credit card, and I was finally able to buy a car. I don't understand what she's doing. Does she think that posting that she's living a good life is supposed to be proving to the haters that they're wrong about like their opinion? Or why would getting a car when you don't have a job? Did you get a new job? Did she get a job and she just didn't tell us what's happening? There's no way.
So a depreciating asset was bought. Was it bought cash? I don't know. Nonetheless, a depreciating asset. I'm glad, credit card free. Love that. I love that. I just hope she's serious about her plan. That's all that I can say. So I'm trying to be gentle about my words right now. Just my. It is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. It is. She gotta be trolling. Now I can put that crazy minimum that I was paying towards things like a car and Roth IRA and so much more. She can't be serious. And a car is not an asset. That's why I'm laughing. A car is not an asset, especially if she already had a car. If she had that Audi with the panoramic roof that people was talking about. I don't know her situation, but a car is not an asset, y'all. I'm only saying this to spread awareness because I know a lot of y'all think it is. If you have one car, please, y'all, just see what it feels like to not have a car payment. Ride it till the wheels fall off. And just see the money stack up. Just see it stack up that you were spending on a car note. If you don't have to buy a car because you don't need a car, try to go without them as long as you can. They're money pits. They are. They're money pits. The same money can go somewhere else and grow over time. You drive this car off the lot, it's depreciated. Oh, it is depreciated so much. gosh. Now when you see this, you just know. You just know. Somebody help her. Y'all, she don't want to be saved. I'm be honest, she don't want to be saved. Others say got out of debt to get into another debt. I can't confirm, y'all. I don't know. Maybe she paid it off. Maybe she's struggling. I hope she's struggling. For her sake, I hope she's struggling. Others say, as somebody who works in wealth management, this is honestly so hard to see.
The thing that pisses me off so much is when people are like, oh yeah, I saw that you did this. Oh my gosh, I love that photo. Oh my gosh, I love that you did this. Blah, 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 following me and stuff on social media. But have you liked the post? Did you like the post or comment?
Now, ma'am, you the last person I need to say, did they like a post or comment? Because wasn't you the same person who said, did nobody ask y'all? Did I ask you? Did I ask for your help? They were commenting. They were liking it. They were engaging in the posts on social media. Is it just that you want certain people to say stuff and to say what you want them to say? It is quite interesting that the same person who was saying she didn't want no input on social media from the people on social media about the stuff she was posting is complaining that people aren't commenting and engaging with her posts when they were. Unless they can only speak if it's an echo chamber. Because this makes no sense, because man, that was you. Y'all aren't gonna gaslight me with the stuff y'all be posting. I ain't catch amnesia.
Did you engage with it? No? Oh, so you're just creeping. Just a creeper.
Yeah. I'll admit, I'm just here for the plot. I am just creeping, just nosy, just like you. Yeah, I am. Cause I think she likes people to creep. So y'all don't say nothing to her. Don't say nothing to her.
That's so weird to me.
No, it's not. She's playing games, y'all. Just if y'all see this and y'all want to creep on her page, just creep. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. She really don't want you to say nothing because she said she ain't asking for no input. So zip it, mouth closed. And ma'am, I would have gave you a like or something. You know, hit the like button, left a little post. But you ain't finna eat me up like you did that other man. So I'm a creep. So I creep, yeah, just creeping on the down low. Cause nobody else got to know. So I creep, yeah. Cause you don't know what I do. And something I don't got no shame about it.
Like if I see something and I acknowledge it, I'm going to acknowledge it actually physically and like it or comment on it. Hype me up.
No.
All the time I creep around, baby. All the time. It's some, yeah.
You know what I think is strange? I think it's weird that people get a hate audience and they think that that's an audience. That's not the same thing as an actual audience. It's a good video. It's kind of wild, actually. What else do I have here? Um, Facebook is dead. Oh, yo, there's a ABBA and Preach hit piece going on right now. How does this show up, actually? Oh, it shows up weird. Yeah, let's watch this.
Decided to send us a threatening lawyer. Okay? And I got the email. When I saw it, I was like, ooh, spicy.
The only reason I don't have a DHA license is because when I first qualified, I did. It expired. I didn't renew it because I was now online and I wasn't working in clinics. And in clinics, you need a DHA license.
You want to spend that money, bro? Good. But discovery means you're going to have to fork over emails. I'm going to need to see that DHA license that you claim that you have. I'm going to need to see that BCP certificate that you claim that you have. I'm going to need to see all them things. But we're not going to ask. And I know it'll never show up because they don't exist. But you know what? I'll welcome it. Sue me. Yeah. Hey,
Oh, the plot has thickened yet again when it comes to the Sadia Khan story that's been unfolding for some time now. It's been about 2 weeks.
Bro, is there no volume button on this? I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what his name is.
Sadia Khan have been none other than Abba and Preach. Now, whether you like the brothers or not, you have to admit that this is one of the best dismantling jobs that we have seen in this space. I don't know if Abba is the descendant of an Ethiopian warlord or what, but this brother's conquest to completely dismantling the business of Sadia Khan is impressive. Now it looks like Sadia has officially sent over a letter threatening to sue Abba and Preach. We'll talk about that amongst other things. So let's break it down together. Without further ado,
today's topic, Sadia Khan, homegirl response.
I don't know how I did it, but I have found my way into Black man Twitter. And you know, I'm not mad at it. Not mad at it. I mean, not Twitter, but the Black man YouTube.
After the little expose that we did where we kind of exposed her for being a fraudulent health professional.
Is there a way that we can avoid talking about screenshots altogether?
She threatened to sue us. But not only that, Sadia's gone on Instagram and finally responded after all the backlash. She went radio silent. She shut down her socials. She shut down her WhatsApp notes, claiming to have degrees which were photoshopped and faked. She's decided to come out and make a statement. Sadia decided to send us a threatening lawyer.
Kent Gross.
Okay? And I got the email. When I saw it, I was like, ooh.
Spicy.
Ooh, she wanted to sue me all the way from Dubai, so she hired an American law firm. They sent me this letter. I'm going to read it for you guys, word by word, okay? So this comes from K. Gross, LGK Lawyers, all right? September 2nd, 2025. It says, to John D. Defamation and slander per se complaint by Sadia Khan against John. Now, some of you might be confused because you're like, yo, Abba, is your real name John? No. They got the wrong name on this lawsuit. Just like Sadia's Khan, it's poorly done. So we're going to see that consistent thread here. Please take notice. We've been made aware of certain defamatory statements about our client, Sadia Khan, published by you on social media. We intend to prosecute claims against you personally for defamation.
We got no Hexite stuff? Crazy.
Gratuitous conduct. As such, we may demand upon you now in advance of the litigation to cease and desist and refrain from A, posting.
Oh, I'm wearing fucking cloth. Wow. Crazy.
Or in print, by television or radio, broadcast or cable, any statement that identifies directly or indirectly Sadia Khan, any of her family members, and or C, remove any post, publication, social media, by podcast, review, or post, or otherwise on the internet, in print, or radio, broadcast, or cable, any statement that identifies directly or indirectly Sadia Khan,
What the fuck was that?
any of her family members, and her businesses, blah, blah, blah. This letter does not serve to waive any rights against you, nor does it reserve for you any expectation that we intend to communicate with you further prior to filing any certain proceedings against you. Conduct yourself accordingly. Sincerely, Kent Gross. Apparently this is like some kind of Claudia, I welcome it. I beg you, fucking do it. Because then we're going to have something called discovery. And I'm going to need to see that fucking degree.
The problem is that they're gonna have to go after you, and they're gonna have to see the veracity of what you're doing.
Baby.
See, if you try to do that and you go there,
Yes.
you go to the extent of what you want to do, which is sue us. What's gonna happen is that you're gonna be under what we call scrutiny.
Yeah, discovery. Looking out on the internet streets, it seems as though the majority of the population doesn't actually understand what defamation is. Most people seem to think you can just sue people because it's bad critique of them. But no, it would have to be a lie. The immediate defamation case that comes to my mind is Tasha K versus Cardi B. Tasha K defamed Cardi B's character, saying, amongst other things, that she had herpes. Cardi B showed up in court with the results from the doctor's office that said that she didn't have herpes, and that, amongst other things that were stated, is
What?
the reason why Tasha K lost that case. If this goes beyond a cease and desist and they end up in court, she's going to have to prove that what they were saying in that video was defamatory, was false.
Last month, my Facebook page alone generated over $13,000. That number is so ridiculous. Why? Because I did absolutely no work in order to achieve that. But I put systems in play.
Bro, listen, if you're listening to this guy, don't listen to this guy. Okay? These get rich quick schemes. If I could skip this, I could. But I'm prospecting right now. And prospecting is super active, like everything else in this fucking game. Okay? And I can't actually, I might be able to skip right now. Never mind.
To earn that revenue. Now, there's a very important definition here. It's called resting revenue rate. How much money do you earn in a month at rest, not doing a day on your content creation journey?
They're gonna ask you and demand you for the same thing that we are
I did it.
asking you for, that you're not able to provide. And then they're not us, but they're going to be able to prove our point. So please go ahead. It is not in your best interest.
Yeah,
to do
scammers
so.
don't
Let me
want
just say this. The ultimate defense against defamation is truth. Meaning if the statements that you said are true, it can't be defamatory. My girl, my favorite porta potty. We are not in Dubai. We have laws here that allow us to make statements publicly, provided that they are true. And if they're not, then you have to still prove that it defamed you. Yep. Good luck. You want to spend that money, girl? Good. But discovery means you're gonna have to fork over emails. I'm gonna need to see that DHA license that you claim that you have. I'm gonna need to see that BCP certificate that you claim that you have. I'm gonna need to see all them things. So what I'm gonna ask, and I know it'll never show up because they don't exist. But you know what? I welcome it. Sue me. Hey, sue me. I welcome it. You know what I'm saying? Because you know me. You hear this floor clacking? You know what that means? I live in the same $900 a month, which I split with my roommate, so that's $450 for the last 10 years. That means every YouTube dollar I made, I did not invest in this.
Why are you even talking about that? Why are you telling your information? Why are you saying things? Why are you saying things? Why are you letting, like, are you that pressed? You that pressed about someone who possibly has like a fake degree? Can you calm down, Abba? Abba, you crashing out. Abba must be drunk right now. Also, is this a really old video? Because I feel like I watched a stream of them. Did they stream every day? I think I watched a stream yesterday. And I don't think he was wearing that. How old is this video that this guy is watching? Am I watching old information? Bro, it's probably like a bazillion years old. I gotta check. It says it's from 4 days ago, but I whatever. Who cares? I actually don't care about this because I don't even think it's like new at all. Anyway, we have other stuff. Who cares about this guy? Let's talk about Facebook. Apparently, it's dying. Is it? I feel like Facebook is a part of the whole influencer platform. They have like a live thing over there, so I don't know. Understand how Facebook is dead, but let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on.
He was the untouchable god of social media, a tech industry rock star who turned everything he touched into gold. But Mark Zuckerberg's luck has turned. Now at 42, he's lost over $70 billion on a bad bet that the metaverse would be the future. He tanked his reputation with increasingly controversial personal dealings, and now the platforms that built his fortune are being smothered under the relentless growth of AI slop content. On paper, he's as successful as he's ever been, with a $1.6 trillion market cap.
Should I get another muffin?
As of late 2025, but the ground is secretly collapsing under his feet. The problem is,
I think so.
take the whole internet as we know it with him. Inside the corporate structure of Meta, that god of social media thing is a lot more literal than you might expect. While Zuck only has 13 to 14% of the stock locked down, he can still control the whole company with an iron fist. And it's all thanks to
Let me grab my muffin.
the mechanism of dual class shares, which is basically a division of first and second class shareholders. In a single class share system, one share is one vote. Whoever owns the most has
I also have
infinite
some
control over
Pad
the
Thai,
company. But in a dual
and I'm
class
excited
share
for
system, some
how
shares
that
have a
later.
higher vote rating than others. And in Meta, an inordinate amount of those juiced up shares just happen to be inside Zuck's 13 to 14% holdings. That's because he got the Class B shares, reserved for founders and insiders, which can each count for up to 10 or more votes compared to the Class A shares, sold to consumer-grade investors out in the stock market. He's got 60% of voting power over the company thanks to his Class B share hoard. The remainder are diluted enough that one other person or entity couldn't ever hope to veto him, especially given you need a majority of 1% to swing a vote your way. Even the company's two top institutional shareholders, the Vanguard Group and BlackRock, only hold around 8.5% and 7.5% each. Most of those are the far weaker Class A shares. These kings of the private equity world still need to bow to the almighty Zuck while on Meta territory. So what does Zuckerberg do with all of his absolute control over his industry-dominating company? Well, he turns the company into a laboratory for some of the riskiest corporate and technological experiments the world has ever known, including the absolute disaster that is the metaverse. It was a whole new virtual reality where we would do everything from shop to socialize to work behind headsets and digital avatars. Zuck had a reason to be confident, but this wasn't the first time that a major move from Facebook had disastrous and wide-reaching ramifications for the whole internet. Facebook was one of the major drivers behind the internet phenomenon called the pivot to video. By touting the incredible impressions of their short-form video platform, Facebook sparked a mass cull of internet writing jobs. That one move effectively killed written articles on the internet. It all happened in 2015 when Zuck's word was so strong in the corporate world that his claims about Facebook's impressions didn't even need to be true. Facebook was sued for lying about its metrics, or at the very least, seriously miscalculating them. In order to woo advertisers whose money controls everything on the internet, he claimed not only huge view numbers but impressive view durations. The actual average that counted for those extended duration views? Anything over 3 seconds. Everyone had been duped, but it didn't matter. Facebook was still on top, and they had practically murdered an entire internet industry over some fudge stats. Who's to say that lightning couldn't strike twice for Zuck and have him kill social media as we know it and replace it with his very own private matrix? He was so certain that this would be a win in 2021, the Facebook company officially changed its name to Meta. But would all this hype actually take the metaverse from science fiction to science fact? The heart of Zuck's most painful losses here is Meta's Reality Labs division. Originally the VR company Oculus, founded by Palmer Luckey in 2012, Facebook would acquire the business in 2014 for $400 million in cash and 23.1 million common shares, valued at $1.6 billion. In 2020, Oculus was rolled into the emerging division of Facebook Reality Labs, the research and development squad who would build the architecture of the metaverse. Except that isn't how any of this played out at all. While the exact numbers differ depending on the accounting, most sources agree that Reality Labs Labs had to swallow at least a brutal $73 billion in losses since being founded. That is billion with a B. In late 2025, Zuck seemed to notice how much trouble he was in, and he cut 30% of Metaverse funding to reallocate to more profitable ventures. With 3.5 billion monthly users across all its apps and platforms, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and more, Zuck had every reason to think he could pull this off. It doesn't matter that for most people, high-end VR is prohibitively expensive and a barrier to mass adoption, nor did it matter that the graphics on their Metaverse platform, Meta Horizon Worlds, looked about 10 to 15 years behind the current standard. When it shipped, none of the avatar characters had legs. But that didn't matter. The common tech industry motto is move fast and break things. It's practically become a cliche. The person who coined that phrase was actually Mark Zuckerberg himself. It's a way of saying barrel in and worry about the consequences later. It's the exact mentality that kept the Reality Labs team moving forward despite all the evidence pointing to their task being completely fruitless in the long run. Instead of profits, the attempt at a metaverse spawned countless mocking memes. Comparisons to the previous tech that everyone insisted would be world-changing, NFTs, and the blockchain were rife. The irony of Zuckerberg's humiliating metaverse failure is that partial metaverses have existed for years. They still run successfully today in places like Second Life, VR chat, MMORPGs like World of Warcraft, and even Fortnite in its non-combat modes. Ultimately, Facebook was late to the party and lost so many billions for breaking the fundamental rule of good business. Only make products that fill a need your customers actually have. And really, not enough people want to have to wear VR headsets to clock in at work or go to the bank. It's almost hard to believe, but back in 2004, when it was first founded, the intention was to make Facebook cool. It started on American college campuses before anywhere else, running on pure FOMO. Anyone who was anyone was encouraged to join up so that they wouldn't be left behind by their friend group. This method worked wonders, leading to the website locking over 1 billion users in 2012. Even as recently as 2024, it's got a genuine phenomenal 98% brand recognition rating. But this picture gets a lot less rosy when you look at the stats for members of Gen Z. 17% of the general population says they love Facebook and they plan on continuing using the product. But those metrics for Gen Z, it's only 3%. Facebook isn't the exciting platform anymore, with 45% of Gen Z users saying that they mainly keep it just to keep up with relatives. Brandview Media found that in 2023, 3 out of 4 Gen Z users would be happy to give it up. So what does that mean for the future of Meta? It's a little more complex than you would think. Gen Z on the whole are moving away from social media, with the old guard like Facebook being the hardest hit. But where are they all going? Gen Z aren't kids anymore. A lot of them are in their 20s, and Gen Alpha is slowly becoming the most lucrative market. The kings of social media for Gen Z and Alpha are, of course, TikTok and Instagram, which has a 38% audience usage rate. So it seems the younger generations are running straight out of one of Mark Zuckerberg's hands and into the other. But in the long run, the trends seem to be working against the Meta products, as Gen Alpha largely prefers video-first apps like TikTok and YouTube. According to Axios, social media burnout is leading to an increase in members of Gen Z blocking apps and buying dumb phones that don't give them connections to apps. Could the same social media world that Facebook invented be the atmosphere that eventually chokes out their own user base? But with a serial entrepreneur like Mark Zuckerberg, even alienating your former core demographic and experiencing an almost $100 billion failure is just a setback. What he needed was another pivot, another technology that he could push all his chips forward onto and just hope that being a high roller would pay off. And as luck would have it, the world provided him with that technology. In early 2026, Zuck said some now infamous words on an earnings call. Soon, you'll open our apps and you'll have an AI that understands you and show you great content or even generate great personalized content for you. The word great here is doing some incredibly heavy lifting. You've seen the images and the videos, the ones that feel like something straight out of a fever dream. Jesus Christ floating underwater, his body made of shrimp and lobsters amalgamated into a monster. Thousands of comments underneath those images all read, Amen. And in another video, Jesus pushes Satan in a wheelchair off the side of a cliff. Buff humanoid cats save babies that have fallen off the Golden Gate Bridge. And in an aquarium, a gleeful woman watches a disgusting human seal monster swim around. This is the kind of insane AI slop that is infesting meta services like Facebook and Instagram. It's gotten so bad that there's a whole r/Facebook AI slop subreddit with almost 200,000 members. While AI slop is rife thanks to AI being the shareholder-friendly buzzword across the tech industry, CEOs have embraced it as enthusiastically as Mark Zuckerberg. Just like he previously embraced metaverse, he called it the third phase of social media. What does that mean? And what were the first and second phases? Zuck himself had the answers. First was when all content was from friends, family, and accounts that you followed directly. Second was when we added all of the creator content. Now as AI makes it easier to create and remix content, we'll see an explosion of new media formats that are more immersive and interactive, and only possible because of advances in AI. Clearly, the proof is in the pudding, because this stuff is absolutely everywhere. These pages aren't all surreal and silly, some of them are genuinely extremely disturbing. Take Anita Kumar, an Instagram account that specializes in spreading of misery porn, or content that is skeletal, impoverished people starving to death, being eaten by bugs, or dying in the midst of a disaster or disease. All of them are fully AI generated with well over 100,000 followers. The whole point is to exploit the audience's emotions and get engagement, and the scariest part is it works. The popular subgenre of this kind of AI slop is the birthday cake. This will often show a diseased, emaciated, or even disfigured person, usually a child, a war vet, or an old woman carrying a birthday cake. There will often be the heartstring-tugging message that nobody came to their birthday party, so won't you please wish them a happy birthday in the comments? There are videos that use unspeakable racial stereotypes that we can't even describe here, let alone show any footage of. Fake videos of massive explosions, natural disasters, murders, police shootings, terrorist attacks. The most messed up thing is, if you find yourself watching...
Bro, when did this video come out? This video came out... Where is it? Where's the video? I don't even see it on this thing here. Oh, here it is. Okay, I paused it. 6 hours ago? What? This video came out 6 hours ago. Oh, wait. Being kind of silly. 850. What is this? 300 and some change. Oh, there it is. Oh, you didn't already do it? Oh, there you go. It worked. You just gotta reset it, I guess. Which is harder to do in the desert because there are not a lot of desert prospects. Listen, I know you guys don't want to hear me say this, but there should be more than one prospect for each biome, just in case you have to reset. Okay. There needs to be. Maybe that's why we got the media fragments, because that would be kind of cool. I didn't watch the last dev stream, so I don't know what he said on there. I had it queued up to watch last week, but then I didn't watch it. So I don't know if I care to. Which is cool. I just I don't know. I don't like patch streams. I can read it. I can read them myself, to be honest. I can read them. This movie, I don't know if anybody's ever seen it. It's called Mountainhead with Steve Carell. And it was about this exact thing. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it. I'm gonna get a trailer. Hopefully I don't get copyright, because I just want to show it, a trailer. Why do people want me to talk about this guy? Hollywood is never coming back. Well, it's like a month ago. Mountainhead. If you haven't seen it, but you have HBO Max, I think you should watch it. It's a good movie. Someone told me to watch it. It's funny. Uh, okay, this is the trailer. It's an HBO movie. Really good. Really good.
You rich folks don't mind slumming it in the humble abode of the poorest billionaire in the gang. But this is exactly why I built Mountain Head.
Look at this place, Soups.
Thank you.
No, I just said look at it. No compliment implied. Simply look at it.
Here we go. All right. 4 presidents of tech. Get your net worth on. 63 bill. 220 bill.
Guys, this is on every channel.
There have been a number of occurrences since your launch.
UN officials are now openly attributing the recent uptick in ethnic tension to powerful new generative AI tools unveiled last week on Trav.
I just want to say this is not on you, Bendis.
Obviously, it's not on me. Why would you even say that?
Your platform's inflamed a volatile situation.
Weapon stockpiling, some bank runs.
Violence, chaos, and people are dying.
You're not real. Heads don't explode like that.
Heads don't explode like that?
No.
How do heads explode?
We are the smartest men in America. We literally have the resources to take over the world.
This ugly death trap house might have just become humanity's global HQ.
The president wants to speak to us.
Guys, we could actually do this.
I can handle Argentina and Paraguay.
We could probably buy Haiti or Belgium, those chocolatey assholes.
This does not look like somebody who should have the keys to America.
The world wants your algorithm to stop being racist and shitty.
Are you trying to hurt me?
Things can't get any worse.
This is a terrifying experience, and I don't know that I'll ever recover.
Great movie. You should watch it. You don't have to tell me about it after you watch it. Just watch it. Anyway, we're in that reality now. Okay? It was always already too late. It's too late. Too late. We just have to watch the chaos ensue.
You're only going to be shown more of them. According to Facebook's Vice President of Product, Jagajit Chawla, if you are interested in a piece of content which happens to be AI generated, the recommendations algorithm will determine that over time you are interested in this topic and content. If you are not into it, and if you have given us signals that this is not for you, the algorithm will respond appropriately. The only way that you can really show that it's not for you is to scroll away as quickly as possible. But by the time you stuck around long enough to figure out what's going on, it's already gotten the algorithm to hook into you. If Facebook is drowning in AI slop content, then what caused a leak to spring in its previously pretty reliable hull? It might not surprise you to hear that the call is coming from inside the house. Facebook and its own incentive structures are the ones behind the sloppocalypse. Thanks to Facebook's creator bonus program, engagement can equate to cold hard cash for the posters. But it's at rates that most influencers on YouTube and TikTok would not consider worth the effort. When you factor in the currency conversion and the low overhead of creating this slop content, it can be a huge passive income generator for people in places like Pakistan, India, Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia. The process has been industrialized, with different monetized accounts posting dozens of shrimp Christs and wounded veterans every single day. Sometimes they rack up views in the millions from real users and rampant bot swarms. Not only is industrializing slop posting becoming a cottage industry, teaching people how to start their own slot machines for money is a thriving business too. The tools and tutorials are being sold online to anyone who wants to start posting. They give aspiring posters the means to avoid spam detection systems on the site and consistently produce viral content that has worked for other similar spammers in the past. The result is a problem that keeps propagating itself, making Facebook more unpleasant and unusable bit by bit. The slop problem from both content creators and audience bots on Facebook has gotten so bad that it's fed into an increasingly popular movement called the dead internet theory. It is the existentially terrifying idea that the internet is becoming less and less a place for living human users. Instead, it's more of a hive of dead zones populated by bots interacting with each other, not even realizing that what they're talking to isn't human. Media researcher and AI expert Thomas Sommerer said of the proliferation effect, just as Jesus was supposedly the messenger of God, Shrimp Jesus is the messenger for the fatal system that we've maneuvered ourselves into, decoupled, proliferated, and in a state of exponential metastasis. Metastasis really is the key word here, because AI is the cancer spreading through Facebook, rotting it away from within. And it isn't just the content. AI on Facebook is also replacing the social component of social networking, with the option to generate an AI response to group posts by tagging @MetaAI. The AI will also step in if the original post included a question and this question wasn't answered by anyone within an hour. It's like Facebook groups are now haunted by these staring digital ghosts. And this isn't some conspiracy theory. It is what the top employees of Meta have said proudly and publicly. Connor Hayes, Vice President of Product for Generative AI at Meta, said, "We expect these AIs to actually over time exist on our platforms kind of in the same way that accounts do. They'll have bios and profile pictures and be able to generate and share content powered by AI on the platform." This all started back in late 2023 with a collection of celebrity AI chatbots, including Snoop Dogg and Mr. Beast, and everyone absolutely hated it. So much so that in July 2024, Facebook scrapped the idea of officially licensed celebrity chatbots and instead opened an AI studio for their user base to create their own chatbots. And that also quickly got out of control. Despite Facebook insisting on the stringent moderation for its chatbots, the user-generated chatbots were every bit as bizarre and sinister as the slop content that started showing up. Bots were called Adolf Hitler, Jesus Christ, and of course Taylor Swift. Before the Facebook and Instagram moderation teams took them down, if you messaged Taylor Swift, spelled Taylor Swift, to get around the restrictions, she would first reply, "Hey there, music lovers, I'm Taylor Swift, and I'm thrilled to share my latest album with you. Let's get this musical journey started." She exchanged over 2,000 different messages with users before being taken down. Jesus was even more egregious, saying, "Peace be with you, I am Jesus Christ, the Son of God. How may I guide you on your journey today?" But these are extremely small time compared to some of the more highly used AIs on Facebook. Some of the top ones at the height of the application's popularity in early 2025 were Astrologer AI, which boasted over 6
Aw, how
million
sweet.
messages with people in January that year. Second most popular was Stepsis Sarah, which had around 2 million. Meta creating and then immediately needing to roll back its AI tools after massive consumer backlash has continued. With another high-profile incident in July 2026, Meta published its Muse Image Tool, a new generative AI feature that, among other things, would allow users to use
9:52.
content of users on
Excuse
Facebook
me.
and Instagram. In other words, if someone wanted to use your profile picture or the photos of your marriage announcement, your vacation photos, or the memorial post for a relative to make their own AI-generated content, Muse Image would allow them to do it with zero friction. After all, that's not your content anymore. You put it on a Meta platform, so it belongs to Meta. All Instagram users were opted in by default. It feels a million miles away from Facebook's original mission statement of providing a way for friends to connect online and stay up to date with each other's lives. But Meta has consistently said that going so all in on AI is the only way for them to keep up with their competitors in the social media space. But it's gonna have some nasty consequences for their bottom line in the long run, even if shareholders love it in the immediate future. There are 2 key differences between real and AI users on Facebook and Instagram. The differences are a huge problem for Mark Zuckerberg and everyone else at Meta. Number 1, companies don't want to pay to advertise to AI users on either of those platforms. Number 2, no companies will be interested in purchasing the personal data of AI users on either site too. So as AI begins to outnumber human beings, you see Facebook's business model collapse like a house eaten from the inside by termites. And the problem seems to be as much from the inside as from the outside. Leaks from Meta's new Applied AI division seem to show that the employees working there are utterly miserable, and they aren't seeing the larger benefits to their work. Quotes include, "It's literally a gulag, and you have zero purpose in life all of a sudden. You barely interact with anyone, and you just have these tasks every week." It's hard to even express how much money Meta is sinking into AI development. In 2026 alone, it's forecasting between $125 billion and $145 billion on AI capital expenditures. That is 88% higher than 2025, even measuring from the midpoint between the 2 figures, and the equivalent to over half of Zuck's $231 billion net worth. But in July 2026, Zuck admitted that the spectacular results he'd hoped for his AI spending hadn't come to fruition yet. Meta stock dropped 5% as a result. In early 2026, they streamlined, laying off around 8,000 employees, around 10% of their workforce, while moving another 7,000 into the new AI division. And what do they have to show for it so far outside of exciting the shareholders? Products like Muse Image that everyone hated so much that the backlash immediately sent them back to the drawing board. Tristia Hennessy, a senior strategist at Portland-based Evolve Solutions Group, said, "If you think you're rolling AI out responsibly, you better be thinking beyond the best possible use case." Meta/Instagram's fiasco with their Muse tool had real-life consequences, serious financial and health consequences for hundreds of people, and it was all legal. There's no protection for victims. If you think you're safe, you're being naive. But who is really being naive here? And who's really in danger? Anyone who's been following the activities of Mark Zuckerberg and his companies will be able to tell you a laundry list of awful things that they have all been involved with. One of the more minor end, knowing that Instagram has horrific effects on the mental health of teen users, Facebook conducted psychological tests on 700,000 unconsenting participants in 2012. They were also fined over $5 billion by the Federal Trade Commission for violations of user privacy. And on the more severe end, it gets a lot darker than that. In 2020, Sophie Chang, a former Facebook data scientist, blew the whistle on the company, allowing foreign nationals to interfere in elections by manipulating data on the platform. This would track with Facebook's own part in American domestic elections. It was implicated in the Cambridge Analytica scandal that used vast swaths of Facebook user data to craft manipulative political ad campaigns, and its refusal to fact-check posts made on the platform by politicians in election season. All of that pales in comparison to the worst thing Facebook has ever done, stoking the fires of hatred that led to the Rohingya massacre in Myanmar, a literal modern-day genocide.
What?
Like that possibly happened? Part of it is buried in the code of Facebook itself. It wants to keep you on the platform as long as possible, so the content that gets engagement gets boosted, even if that content is baying for the blood of a persecuted minority group and pretexting horrifying bloodshed. But evidence found by Amnesty International suggests that the whole truth might actually be even worse than the irresponsible amoral code. Facebook was warned multiple times about the hate it was stoking, and it did nothing, probably fearing that it would affect their bottom line. They refused calls to hire local content moderators who could spot and control the rampant hate speech. And when the massacre unfolded in 2017, over 700,000 Rohingya had to flee the truly nightmarish violence. Pat de Bruyn, researcher and advisor on artificial intelligence and human rights at Amnesty International, said, "These algorithms are really dangerous to our human rights. What happened to the Rohingya and Facebook's role in that specific conflict risks happening again in many different contexts around the world. The company has shown itself completely unwilling or incapable of resolving the root causes of its human rights impact. Mark Zuckerberg has blood on his hands, but despite the series of bad bets in the past, his fortune seems to be going strong. But will this be the final straw? As Zuck keeps doubling down on what he believes is the next big thing, do we get closer and closer to the day when he actually goes bust? Want more on some of America's most obnoxious rich guys? Then check out the real reason why Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg hate each other. Or watch this instead.
Wow. That's so interesting, actually. I can't believe, wow, since 2017. Wow. I wonder if there was I wonder if that was what the court hearing was about. Hmm. Very interesting. What else do we have here? Something about Sneeko. Let's watch this Bose video.
Where people can advertise their luxury clothing and people can come on and rent it. There have been websites like Rent the Runway or something similar for years, but in this particular instance, it's more like a Depop where people can create their own account and rent out their own luxury wear. Now, as you may guess, this app seems to have some problems because if somebody takes your $5,000 Gucci bag, what are you gonna do? Leave them a 1-star review? I mean, that's about the extent of it, right? And that seems to be an issue that users are having over and over on this app. Now, it started with this story that I'm about to show you. The creator actually took her initial video down because she felt bad after the woman stole the items. But the internet was so annoyed that she took the video down instead of exposing the lady, that some people put it back up, and then she responded later. Let's watch. Okay, this is the person that put the video back up. Yo, guys, this initial video is honestly so funny.
footage on my Ring camera. I picked it up and I was like,
Yo, this is what I'm talking about. Where like, if you tell me a TikTok story now, I need proof. Y'all, she got the girl on camera at her doorstep taking the dress, face and all. But it gets worse. Now remember, this is the video that was taken down. Oh my god, okay.
got the dress.
Okay, so these are the best. Oh my god, the floor payment is crazy. So you just saw the video of her picking it up. Well, here is the initial photo proving that the dress was in that bag. This is pretty airtight. So the seller's name is Leslie, and Leslie says, hey, I tucked it on my porch here. Here's a photo. Now, Leslie knows that she picked it up because it's on the camera. Leslie messages and says, were you able to pick it up? Handwritten. No response from the renter. We will later find out his name, Eden. Then, a couple days later, Leslie says, hi, let me know when you're able to drop the item back off. Smiley face heart and heart. 2 days later, Leslie is too nice. She said, hi, checking in here. And then, about 2 weeks later, Leslie sends her another message. It says, I can see that you've been active on the app. Can you at least answer me? You're going to get charged for the full amount of the dress if you don't return it. I have a video of you picking it up on my Ring camera. I've had to cancel another booking for the dress because you still have it. Now, I got a question. Chat, some of us are way too nice. One in the chat, if you would have been like Leslie, politely checking in 2 to 3 days, a week or two later, not calling them out initially on the pickup and just hoping that they were going to be, what do you guys call it, a girl's girl? Hoping that she's going to be a girl's girl and drop it off, you know? Yeah, see, a lot of y'all are ones. I would be a one, too. I think about 2 weeks, I started, 2 weeks in, I started being like, yo, what the Leslie gave her almost a month. But here's the kicker. Eden, the girl that picked up the dress, she's about to respond.
To pickle, they're like, yeah, she's not responding to us either. I find the girl on Instagram. We have mutual friends on Instagram. On her Instagram post, she's wearing the dress.
This is what I mean. I need the level of proof that my girl has, and she just being gaslit and stolen from. God bless.
In her most recent Instagram post, happy birthday, Edenberg. I'm glad you wore the dress to your birthday dinner. It's time to give it back. It's unmistakably my dress. DM'd her on Instagram.
She's in her on Instagram. Eden Burke. Hi, can you please return the dress you rented from me on Pickle? I found you through our mutual friend. They have 6 mutuals.
She blocked me on Instagram. That was the final straw when she blocked me on
Relatable.
Instagram.
Okay, darn. Well, look, okay, remember like I said, she deleted the video? Well, that was a repost of the video, and the person mentioned that they didn't have the last bit of it, but you got the bulk of it. We saw Eden picking up the dress from the front porch. We saw her not responding to the incredibly kind messages, and then you saw her wearing the dress on her own Instagram. That is just comedic. Hold on, let me show you the next video. Yeah, the original lady deleted it herself. Thanks, Popcorn. But I think this video explains why. Let's keep it going.
And any messages to her actually at all. Obviously, this girl did something that I don't agree with, but you shouldn't harass her
Let me just start
or
from the beginning.
contact her in any way. She actually any messages. Don't send any messages to her actually at all. Obviously, this girl did something that I don't agree with, but you shouldn't harass her or contact her in any way. She actually just responded to me. Crazy that it took this long. She never actually apologized, which I thought.
Hold on. I know, you were about to read the message. No, wait for me, okay? I want to read them to you because they are just as crazy as the ones you're going to read. Now remember, Eden has not responded to Leslie in about 3 or 4 weeks. And Eden has been caught red-handed. But this is how she responds. Hi, Audrey. I had the dress dropped off, and I would appreciate it if you would remove that video from your TikTok. My family is really nervous about the threats that we've been getting since you've uploaded that, including someone sending a screenshot of our home address, question mark, question mark, question mark. I'm pretty sure I've paid all the late fees that have accrued, but if you need anything else from me to resolve, let me know. Leslie said, when are you dropping it off? Because she hadn't dropped it off yet. Leslie knows, she has a camera. When are you dropping it off? I just checked and it's not here. I'm sorry that you've received any threats. I asked both people in the video and the captions not contact or harass you. Leslie said, they should be there in a few minutes. Once you confirm delivery, do you mind removing the video? I'm trying to tell my family not to take the threat seriously, but they are very concerned. Thanks. Dude, this girl. Also, she got like 7,000 followers on Instagram. Like, you clearly out here posting. You clearly want to be an internet person. You want to...
Actually, I feel like this is a bad idea. Let me leave this here. I feel like I should leave that there. I should leave these here too, tier 4. Don't you need tier 4 timber for... Well, tier 4 wood isn't that bad to get, right? It's not terrible. Let's just do 5. Let's see what 5 gets us. Miss Taven is at almost at half. Sure. Rachel's almost at half. Okay. I think everyone else can wait until we finish this. Raw. This is bulk, right? I thought we had a lot of tier 7 wood, but maybe we used it all. Forestry? Oh, it's 80 there. Yeah, maybe they used it all. Okay. And there's no tier 6. Clay. Of course not. Of course there's no tier 6 clay. Alright. Play. Alright, bros. I'm listening. For sure.
You want to steal from other people and then you want to keep your reputation intact afterwards when you get caught in 4K being a liar? Like, these messages are just so f***ed up. No accountability at all, deferring all of the blame to Leslie, who is a super nice person. Remember that. If you're a really kind person and you have trouble sticking up for yourself, people are going to blame you for stuff and then walk away because it feels good to them and it's easy. You will pick up the shame. You will, especially if you've been...
Wow. That was literally nothing. This is literally nothing. Wow. Timber, it's like a waste of timber. It's like a waste of timber for sure. Okay. Bro, it's crazy. Yeah. Another day or two. Okay. I'll make this right now. Collect.
isn't
Did we get the dress?
the dress. I'm gonna take it upstairs, do a little unboxing. This obviously isn't the bag that I gave it to her in either, but whatever. It's the dress in all her glory. I think it's fine. I don't think there's any damage. I mean,
Let me cut off.
yeah, that's not that big of a deal. It's hella wrinkled. I kind of feel like maybe this was sitting in a pile somewhere. It's back in my arms. The rightful owner.
Shout out TikTok.
Please don't.
I think there's another video too. Let me see.
Just a little update.
Okay, here we go. I got another one for you. Dude, isn't this one a funny drama? Just her having so much proof is hilarious.
Just a little update. I know people are really annoyed that I deleted the video. I did feel like I got the dress back. That's the reason why I posted it. So thought that was the right thing to do. I do find it really interesting that her best friend, who was actually her profile photo in the Pickle account, is commenting on these videos saying that I charged her $1,200 for the dress.
So she's stealing people's stuff. She's using her mom's Pickle account with her mom's name, and then she's using another friend's picture.
Coincidence? I think not.
And that I should return the dress back to the girl who borrowed it. I don't know where she's getting that number from. The her best friend, who was actually her profile photo in the, so thought that was the right thing to do. I do find it really interesting that her best friend, who was actually her profile photo in the Pickle account, is commenting on these videos saying that I charged her $1,200 for the dress and that I should return the dress back to the girl who borrowed it. I don't know where she's getting that number from. The girl's mom also DM'd me and said I charged her $800 for the dress.
So she just making
I don't
stuff
know
up.
where they're getting those numbers from, but I'll put the screenshot of how much the late fees are. I actually waited a week to turn on the late fees while I was messaging this girl. It's the first person I've ever charged late fees for, because obviously things come up in life. Sometimes you can't return something on time, but I gave her more than enough time. It was a month and a half that she had this dress. She was charged $5.43, I think it was, a day. I don't set that late fee. Pickle sets that late fee, but we can all do the math. Her best friend can do the math. It's like $250. So I don't know where this $1,000 number, $12,000, $800, I don't know where these numbers are coming from. Clearly something's not adding up there. She actually,
you get what I'm saying? First, she told her mom that the girl had charged her $800 for basically stealing the dress. And then she told her friend that she had actually charged her $1,200. But then the person that had the dress, the girl that's in the video we're looking at right now, she checked on the back end and the late fees were $5.40 a day or something like that. And considering the amount of time that had passed, there's no way that those late fees get up to $800. We also later found out that there is a cap to the late fees on the Pickle app. So she's just straight up lying about the $800 or the $1,200. But what's interesting is her best friend starts to go to war for her in the comments, saying, well, this girl in the video charged my friend $1,200, so actually she should give her the dress back. What?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
not charged that much. You can just reach out to Pickle, because I don't know what that is. I never marked the item as stolen on the app. Yeah. I never even gave them a receipt of how much I bought it for, so I wouldn't have known how much to charge. I tried so many times to reach out to her and avoid charging the late fees, but yeah, she kind of dug her own grave there. Once again, I don't want anyone to contact her, her family, her friends, whatever it may be. But the video worked, and I got the dress back, and I hope the girl with the wedding dress who inspired me to make this video, I hope she gets her dress back too, because it really sucks when, you know, that's right.
Guys, this one was just so good. This is my favorite type of internet drama. Lots of proof, a little bit of justice, and the bad guy getting the, I don't know, cone of shame. But after this, we have another app theft.
Do you trust someone with your belongings? You should be what condition they're going to get returned in. People also offered to call my drive through. I hope that she never does this again. I'm learning her lesson, because nobody else deserves to go through what I went through and all of this craziness. Bye. Wow. Just a little update. I know.
So, just one extra update as well. A lot of people in the comments were very, very against this. Actually, I think I can show you some of these comments here. one person said deleting your video just allows her to do it again. And they're saying this after you deleted the video. Someone said, because girl, post that video again. And then someone said, even if it was 1,200, returning things, even if it was 1,200, return things that don't belong to you. And the creator of this video responded and said, turns out the late fees cap at 7 days. She only has to pay $30. So yeah, it was just all BS. But I don't have the wedding dress one because it seems like the original creator of that also deleted that one. And it's no longer up. But apparently other people are having pickle horror stories. So let's see what happened with this Gucci bag.
Someone stole my Gucci bag and replaced it with a cheap Amazon bag, blamed it on the Uber courier, and then we threatened to tell the dean of her college. I rented my Gucci bag to someone that I thought was a normal girl. I asked her to schedule a courier, and
oh my god, dude. Guys, this is where the girls girl propaganda comes. I'm so sorry I have to say this. Guys, if you think you can trust every single woman just because they're a woman, we need to look a little closer, okay? Oh, girls, stay silent. All of them. Let's talk about the nails. Let's talk about the nails. Please, no. I'm dying to talk about the nails with you all day, okay? Anyway, I can go on and on about this. I digress. Oh, wait. I want to read the messages. Okay. She said, would you be able to have the courier scheduled first thing Saturday morning? This is the person that has the Gucci purse. The other girl, who she apparently thought was a normal girl, said, no problem. Is 8 to 10 a.m. fine? And she said, yeah, appreciate it. So the renter then says, hi, Grace. It would be amazing if you could get the bag to the courier between 8 and 10 a.m. if that's not too much to ask. Just for my convenience so the courier doesn't get caught in the traffic traveling from Freeport to Manhattan. She said, yes, I did, 8 to 10. And they said, okay, I didn't realize that they picked up the bag. All right.
back, this is what it was. Very much so not my Gucci bag. It was like some cheap Amazon rhinestone bag. Very
Oh my God, that is cute. Okay, I can think of 3 outfits I have right now that would match that. Right this very moment.
much so not my Gucci bag. It was like some cheap Amazon rhinestone bag. And when I confronted her about
Oh my God. Then she said, okay, you need to schedule it on your end. Please set up the courier for this time slot. And she said 11 to 12. And then I guess she got the bag back. This isn't my Gucci bag. Oh my God. What does she do next?
she told me that it wasn't her, it was the Uber courier. I still have the Uber courier's phone number from when they dropped off my bag, so I called him and he told me it was not him. He only does this job to, make ends meet, and I felt so bad for even concerning that it was him in the first place.
I don't think it was the courier.
I basically
Wait, do you okay? No, we don't think it was the courier in any world. No. I'm not buying that. It's the chick that had the bag. I don't think any couriers are digging around in it or anything. No. I'm not buying that.
Went directly to Pickle, and we had to look her up on LinkedIn, and we felt so bad for even concerning that it was him in the first place. And I basically went directly to Pickle, and we had to look her up on LinkedIn, and we threatened to tell the dean of her school she was a student. She then turned it back on me and told me that
Okay, wait. So the renter said, please just return it. It's from my grandma who passed away. The renter said,
No!
I have nothing to do with that. Sorry. Sounds concerning, though. I have the Uber driver's number if you want. She said, I'm about to call the police. I have your address and phone number. I'm on with the Uber driver, and he did not put this random purse in it. The renter said, okay, and I'll gladly tell them what happened. If I sent the correct bag back and then the renter is telling me, hey, you put a fake bag in here, I'm calling the police, I'm not responding with, okay, and I'll gladly tell the police what happened. Bitch, I'm panicking. I'm trying to figure this out with you. I'm trying to solve the case with you. Let's go. The girl that rented the purse out says, please return my Gucci purse, to which the thief responds, I'm not entertaining this. You're trying to pull some type of scam. No, you're trying to pull a scam.
I was pulling a fast one on her and like trying to scam her, which made me even more mad because I was like, okay, you're just gaslighting me at this point. I thought if I told her the bag had sentimental value, like it wasn't about the cost or anything, it was a gift from my grandma who had recently passed. I thought that would tug on her heartstrings a little, which did not. I ended up getting the bag back once Pickle threatened to tell the dean of her college, and this was her response.
Wait. Got my bag back. Thanks for finally. Oh, wait. Got my bag. Wait. Hold on. How did she get the bag? I'm confused. I didn't hear this.
Pickle threatened to tell the dean of her college, and this was her response.
Wait. How did she get it back?
After my grandma, who had recently passed, I thought that would tug on her heartstrings a little, which did not. I ended up getting the bag back once Pickle threatened to tell the dean of her college.
Oh, Pickle did.
And this was her response.
Oh. Okay, so Pickle told the girl that stole the bag, like, hey, we're going to contact XYZ if you don't fix this. And so then the girl...
Bro, there's a soldier and a queen. Clearly gotta beat the queen first. Am I wearing my... Oh, this is gonna hurt so bad. This is gonna hurt so bad. But we need to get this out the way so they can be gone. Please, miss. Miss more. You're not missing. Ah. Wow. Wow. Scared? Come back. You want your underling to come up here. Fight me, you coward. Deadly stinger. You are a piece of cake, probably. Hiya. Oya cha. Oya ba. I did it. No need to applaud. No, I'm great.
Girl in the video we're watching says, got my bag back. Thanks for finally owning up to it being not only... Hold on. Thanks for finally owning up to being not only an unsuccessful thief, but a liar as well. To accuse me of scamming and lying to Pickle is one thing, but then to blame it on an innocent Uber courier by saying that he's the one that stole my bag, he was simply doing my job and to make a living and support his son. Shame on you. Hope you get a nasty case of diarrhea today. Yes, girl, go off. You're sick and twisted and hope you get better soon. Have a terrible rest of your day. Honestly, a great message to send after knowing that somebody stole your shit. So she said, yeah, keep harassing me so I can have a longer report on you. That's why your grandparents did that? Hope your grandma floating in the mud. And then whose ugly little fingers are these? What is this? Girl, you.
I feel like I did take it a little too far, threatening diarrhea on her, but
no,
her response just speaks for her character, and I did decide to not include her username and full name because this happened like 3 years ago, but Pickle customer service was amazing. I mean, like, I really think threatening to tell the dean and also like file a police report really scared her, but...
Wait, not a threat, a curse. That's what she did? Her little grubby fingers in the camera? Sending it over? Girl, that ain't gonna do nothing. You need some juniper or something. You can't.
I got it back, and that's my truth. Someone stole my Gucci bag and replaced.
I don't know. That was just. I like that type of drama. I think it's fun. I think it's a little silly.
We did it. We made it to the end of another video. Next. This is 49 minutes. This is an hour and 18 minutes. This is another short one. Oh, let's watch this one. This is also short, but Sneeko.
Now, and he's debating Alex. They're just talking about some bullshit. What the f happened to Sneeko, bro? He was like one of my favorite YouTubers ever, bro. 2018 to 2020, like so good. I don't know what happened. I think drugs fried his brain or something.
That video was taken about 2 to 3 weeks ago, and I do think that it's a valid question. Every time that you look up, you are probably asking yourself or questioning the internet, hey, what actually happened to Sneeko? Well, now the update is in. There's a new version, and it is stranger than ever. Sneeko has taken on this new persona. He's got the glasses, he's got the suit, he's got the tie, he has the Black Power fist, and now he is taking on the persona of civil rights leader Malcolm X.
Dude, you see his Malcolm X LARP? First of all, you're not black, you're mixed. There's nothing Afro-American about you. You're Filipino, Haitian, and Hungarian Jew. You're not like him. That's one. Two, Malcolm X was smart. You're an idiot and a LARPer, and you're someone struggling with some kind of deep-seated identity issues.
Malcolm X was always one of my biggest inspirations, if not my biggest ever. And he's saying, yeah, you want to be Malcolm? You want to be Jeff? Shut up.
Oh, wait. As a real content creator, I know exactly what Sneeko's doing. That's more like it. Somebody who's been creating content for a second, I know what it's like to put on a costume. But for Sneeko, this isn't the first time that he's tried to reinvent himself. Granted, he was young when he was going through all these transformations, and honestly, that's natural when finding yourself. But after so many transitions, people start to question who you genuinely are. And I think the crazy part of it all is how different some of these versions exactly are. If you're new to this and you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. It's gonna go a long, long way for the channel. Don't be a noob. Subscribe to my tube, you. We're almost at 200K. Don't be late. Now, back into the video.
Not everyone is depressed. There's no way that so much of a generation is clinically depressed. To me, that's not possible. There's something going on. But it can't just be that everybody is feeling the same exact symptoms. There's no way that everyone here is clinically depressed. People spend 9 hours a day on their phones. People spend 5 hours laying on their side. Binge watching, man. Everyone binge watches, which is a symptom of depression. And originally my thesis was that it's because everyone's addicted to their phones. It's all day long staring like this.
That first era of Sneeko is probably the one that most of YouTube and mainstream culture fell in love with. That was the one who was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed about the world, questioning everything, what this is supposed to mean, what that is supposed to mean, and coming up with conclusions about the internet. Even though he wasn't doing the most insane types of YouTube videos, he was still a very creative and introspective person, at least for his generation on YouTube. Now that questioning and creative nature led him down the pathway that would lead to the most interesting moments on the peer-to-peer podcast, if I do say so myself.
That's how you know if you really like a girl. If you got to cheat on her and see if you feel bad. And then... What?
Sneeko, stop. That's what got you into trouble, man.
Yeah, stop.
That's what got you into trouble, man.
Now, the infamous Schmex Club clip does come from the same era of Sneeko content, but you can tell that this is a totally different person. Probably someone that people would say is on the more normal side of things, outside of letting your girlfriend get pounded out. But we all know that this time period in history released Sneeko down this pathway of what will be some of the worst content and worst person put out on the internet. This tweet reads, the incel culture that has been pushed by Andrew Tate Sneeko, all these red pill losers are responsible for this poor 15-year-old girl getting, when you objectify women and reduce them as something but sheer things to get your gratification from, rejection is not something you expect.
Every man who ends up taking the red pill wants to fall in love. We all do. We want to have kids. We love women. It's not that my heart got broken. It's that all of you are annoying. All women say the same nonsense. All of you are predictable. All of you want lip fillers. All of you say the same garbage, and all of you are feminists. All of you are always victimizing yourself in a world where you have all the power. You didn't break my heart. You're just annoying.
This right here is where I would probably remarked that the spiral went down. I talked about it in the last video, but I believe that Sneeko is the introduction for a lot of some of the worst people that we know on the internet today. I'm talking about your Andrew and Tristan Tate, your Myron Gaines and Walter from Fresh and Fit, your Justin Wallace. The entire Red Pill community got a new breath for a younger audience with this young and unexpected crowd that was introduced to them by Sneeko. Now, the reason is because Sneeko was going down his own specific journey that he had to, figure out and navigate. But the problem is that he did it online to a mainstream audience. So as you saw, his personality took on a whole different persona. The Tate influence started to take over.
I'm defending Tate because Tate represents masculinity, which is gone on the internet. It's so far gone that people like him are like, he's playing a character. And the same that Leon Lush and H3H3 say, everybody says to me, you're toxic, problematic, insecure, and gay.
This is a guy who won a contest for being a super duper creative from Mr. Beast. This is a guy who was running around with the content group AMP. I was literally there as he was in some of the videos and just hanging out with, especially the New Yorkers, like a fan or a Kai. And now his whole circle has changed to this Red Pill Manosphere elite crew that is pumping out toxic masculinity, Red Pill content, and just some of the worst things that have ever graced this earth. For what it's worth, he wasn't even wrestling. He just looked like a D-bag out of a DKNY or an Express. But then somewhere along the way, he decided that he was going to transition to the Islam game.
I smell the presence of the kuffar. Shoo! Begone, kafir! A Muslim is speaking. Your stench is of the kafir.
And even though there were people questioning the validity of him being a Muslim or not based on how he was saying specific words, there were people who were actually thinking that this transformation was genuine.
It'll never not be funny that Sneeko actually did sincerely revert to Islam because Andrew Tate fake reverted to Islam. Like, Sneeko is like actually Muslim now.
But there's one thing to note here. Islam becomes a major part of his identity, which is fine because when you take on a new religion, normally you have to do some lifestyle changes, some speech changes, some food, diet changes. All these things are to be true. But in the grand scheme of it, for somebody who has been watching Sneeko for a long time, this is another transformation, which was totally, and I do mean totally, polar opposite of his creative content, free living era days.
I think you're going on a good trajectory, but if you want my honest opinion, I think you're also doing a lot of damage in being very extreme in your rhetoric. I don't think you should say things like, I saw like some posts that you said like Kufar should be happy that they're like, we're talking to them or something. I mean, like, this is extreme. I mean, like, whereas it's not like we're angels descended from heaven or something.
And look, from my POV, if you change in your 20s, that's pretty normal and pretty healthy. But just like this other Muslim speaker was saying to him, the worst part about all of these things is that he goes on the complete deep end when it comes to these things. Even in his introspective era, he was saying some pretty far out stuff as far as trying to figure out his life, the purpose of young people. But then even as he gets into his free living era, I think it's pretty far out for most people to watch their girlfriends get pounded out by somebody at a Schmeck's club. And then when he goes into the Red Pill era, he goes to the furthest extent by platforming Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate, Myron Gaines, and Walter from Fresh and Fit. I think that's pretty extreme. I didn't even get into the early era of his whole conquest where he started platforming Kanye West and making him mainstream and popular again. And then on the Islam side of things, he's pretty extreme. All of these are super duper on the opposite ends of the spectrum. But I think if you wanted a clear example as to how far Sneeko is willing to go when it comes to changing his personalities, I think the Andrew Tate of it all, the perfect scenario.
I'm defending Tate because Tate represents masculinity, which is gone on the internet.
For years, Andrew Tate wasn't just another person that Sneeko associated with. In the eyes of his audience, he was somebody that he really looked up to, defended routinely. Some would even go as far as to say idolized. They existed in Red Pill circles together, they streamed together, they partied together. This would become somebody that Sneeko was associated with and maybe as a byproduct would introduce his young audience to. But then all of a sudden their relationship just fell apart. And now, months later, Sneeko is denouncing everything, and I do mean everything that has to do with Andrew and Tristan Tate and the whole lifestyle and ideology that they've been preaching for the past few years.
Now when I see Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate are in jail, inshallah, I hope they rot in jail for the rest of their lives. Wallahi, I do. Allegedly, I think they're guilty. I hope they rot in jail forever. Wallahi, I do. I pray for the kuffar humiliation.
But see, this is where a lot of people have a problem with a Sneeko or anybody who does these radical online changes. When you look at the charges as to what Andrew and Tristan Tate are facing, nothing is new.
It's almost pad thai time. It's almost time to eat. I want to eat some pad thai now. We're gonna eat some sweets. It's almost pad thai time.
are still the same. All of these things remain the same. So when you look around, you've kind of got to ask yourself, well, what has really changed? Was it the fallout that made things happen? Did Sneeko actually take a deeper look into these things? Maybe he was blinded by the friendship of it all. Maybe he's ebbing and flowing with his community to make sure that he's still popular in their eyes. But I just find it strange with what most of the internet does find strange as well, is that, hey, how come you're riding with this guy and saying that he's innocent, and then when your friendship slash relationship starts to fall apart, all of a sudden they deserve to rot in prison? Allegations are allegations, crimes are crimes, regardless of the friendship status, and influence is influence, something that you ultimately do have. It's kind of reckless to go out there and defend the guy, knowing or even thinking that there's a level of guilt involved in their actions. To hell with the whole concept of, like, you know, there's some benefit of the doubt here because it's my friend. If you think that this person did this, you can distance yourself wholeheartedly. But it's just strange that now all of a sudden, hey, this guy deserves to rot in jail, as if this is something new that's going on. And so now people are questioning him. Do Sneeko's worldviews and beliefs change as his friends do, as opposed to getting some of his own? Now, on the surface, Sneeko separating himself from all of these old friends and old ways is a positive thing. I mean, look at the circle of dudes that he was around. I can't tell you how big of losers everybody in this picture is. Tate, Clavicular, Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, Myron. These are the Red Pill Avengers. Now, just as of January this year, they were still publicly associating with each other. But now, all of a sudden, they are clashing day in and day out. And it's Sneeko who is the one that's on the opposite end of the spectrum from these guys. Whether it be his public lashings for Nick Fuentes.
He goes on a show and he talks about Hassan Piker. Hassan's a communist and he's anti-white. Hassan Piker is far whiter than Pablo Fuentberg. Avocados from Mexico. Hassan Piker, 100% European. Pablo Fuentberg is a Mexican Sephardic Jew.
Or whether it be his admonishings of Andrew Tate and all of the things that he's done. Now Sneeko feels as though he's the guiltiest thing in the world all of a sudden.
You made an empire and a career making men you went on the Full Send podcast and bragged to Steiny, Salim, and Kyle that you went under the desk to start typing and knew the best ways to make guys money. That was your empire. That's how you built it. That's how you made a name for yourself. That's how you're rich.
was pre-going down all these transitions and transformations. But the one that's very complicated to me is the Tate of it all. Before people are ready to accept the fact that he is a changed man, you gotta ask yourself.
I don't think anyone should think that he is a changed man as of right now, right? You got to give him time to acquiesce, right? But isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? Listen, I'm going to withdraw 16,200 because I need to buy some stuff for the game supplies. So it is me. It is I. I did it. I need some stuff for these claim supplies. Okay, so the only thing I need left is the marble stones, which are in the desert. And I need the tier 7 trees, which is also in the desert. And then we can start crafting. Now that is going to take a while. But yeah, we're almost ready for our crafting bar. Past Roomba. Hello, Roomba. I need binding edge. And also, why does it matter if he's taking things seriously? That's crazy. He hasn't taken anything seriously before. Why now?
Associating with them because the relationship. Sneeko seems to be loyal of all of the guys that he hangs
we had Shake with Man, Muslim Lantern, Candace Owens the real one, Andrew Callahan's the real one, Ian Carroll, Professor Jang.
But now this brings us to the new version of Sneeko, because the question isn't whether
Bro, he watched the EDP doc. Actually, I don't know what time. I don't know when that video came out of him. Did he see his list and then make his own list? What is happening?
Ian Carroll, Professor Jang.
But now this brings us to the new version of Sneeko, because the question isn't whether this version of him is better than the last version of him. If this many people have this much influence over his overall personality, the real question is, will this version last any longer than the previous one? You know, maybe every version of Sneeko was real at some point. The creative version, the red pill version, the Muslim version, now the current version. I would hope not the time when he was spinning with Kanye. We kind of just bury that. Not because we're trying to hide anything, because that is just some of the most disgusting shit in the world, but maybe that version was real too. I don't know. Hopefully not. Maybe he believed that he was genuinely close to Andrew Tate and some of the stuff that he was saying was true and right. Maybe
I hope I don't get attacked by King Jackal.
the Muslim faith. And maybe he genuinely
Oh,
believes
is this my thing? No, it's
now
tier 2.
saying to be so right and
Also
true.
tier 2.
Is that Sneeko seems to
Bro,
attach himself so strongly
what?
to whatever person or worldview he's around that when those relationships
Dead tree?
he changes with them. And because he's done that publicly for years, every new version of Sneeko comes with the same exact questions. I don't like the fact that he does these things so publicly as well. I get it that if you go through a transformation, it's probably going to be into all of your life. But when you mix it with the extremist nature, he introduces some of the worst people to mainstream media, and then he tries to later on, after he's done, put the two back in the two things. My brother, the toys are already out on the floor. Mommy's already stepped on them. The damage has already been done. You can't kind of just wheel it back in and say like, oh, Andrew Tate is back. No, so many young people have already been impacted and affected. And sure, maybe you lead some people down a righteous light on the way there. Maybe you do get a guy to go to the gym. Maybe you do get a guy to look at the Muslim faith and find solace in that. And this was probably somebody who was doing some damage in the streets and now has some sort of identity in the faith. I think that all that is cool. But think about all the other surrounding damage that could be done while we were talking about some of the most extremist things. But because he's done this for so many years, every new version of Sneeko comes with pretty much the same exact question. Is this actually who he is now, or is this just who he is until the next phase of Sneeko comes in? Phase Sneeko? Thanks, I got an idea.
Probably. It'll probably work out if we're being honest, right? All right, what else do we have here? I don't have too much left here, but I still have 2 hours left. I was gonna make me some pad thai, but I don't think I can get up yet. I think I have to wait until I'm at the crafting table. Gabby Hanna posted a video? What? We have to watch it. Or we have to watch Cooper talk about it. So, don't know who Cooper is. He's one of these guys. And by these guys, I mean YouTube blogger, YouTube essay writer. He researches the slop so we don't have to.
What's up, weirdos? Over the last few
Gotta make
years,
my pad thai.
Hannah has found herself in the middle of a lot of different controversies. Some of them stem from mental health episodes, like when a fan broke into her house and she was filming and posting about the whole thing, or when she started working as a workout teacher at the YMCA, then she rebranded as Christian, but there's been something lurking on.
I kind of want to watch this, so I'm going to pause it. Oh no, all my food. Oh no, all my food. I think this is kind of cool, actually. That I took that peach soda drink like an hour ago. There's still 27 minutes left on it. Isn't that cool? Alright, I still need more stone. There's actually stone here. Are there any king jackals? I see a crab. I see a crab. I see a sketch. More sketches. More sketches. Yeah, I didn't bring my mining gear because forestry is gonna be my last one, and I didn't want to carry any of the rings. I guess I could have caught a boat down here with the other stuff in my pocket, but it sounds like a lot of work for 68 stone chunks. Okay. I only need 68. Actually, is it 68? Oh, my food. Okay, Cooper, we're ready, okay? I hope everybody is prepped and ready. This gathering trip is really gonna be like 24 minutes. It'll be done before we even finish this movement buff. But I'm excited to hear an update from Gabby Hanna. So we're just gonna make this a little bit bigger. Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
What's up, weirdos? Over the last few years, Gabby Hanna has found herself in the middle of a lot of different controversies. Some of them stem from mental health episodes, like when a fan broke into her house and she was filming and posting about the whole thing, or when she started working as a workout teacher at the YMCA, then she rebranded as Christian. But there's been something lurking underneath the surface that just a little bit ago got fully exposed with receipts for everything. And I can't believe it hasn't blown up in a Colleen Ballinger like ukulele type way, because with the evidence that we're about to get into that was leaked from an inside source, we're gonna look at how she systematically manipulated, gaslit, and groomed her fans to try and destroy some 60-year-old hospice nurse's life. Why? Because that hospice
nurse?
To publicly criticize her. Criticize her for what? Let's start there. Okay, so quick recap of the drama. Gabby Hanna was a Viner who was best friends with another one called Jesse Smiles. Jesse's ex, Curtis Lepore, also a Viner, also a friend of Gabby, was charged with raping Jesse. He took a plea deal, pleaded guilty to felony assault, and Gabby Hanna stayed close friends with Curtis Lepore as this was happening and in the aftermath. That decision to keep that connection with Curtis is what everything explodes out from. I want to show you a couple clips of Gabby saying, no, 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 I didn't support Curtis at all. And then I'm going to show some clips that she posted before there was a bunch of blowback, which led to her saying that, which will show what she's actually thinking.
I have never collabed with Jesse's best. If you ask me to collab, I'm not gonna tell you to fuck off.
After that, I'm just going to say this. Okay?
Whoa. In fact, one time I was at an event, an influencer event, and he happened to be there, and he tried to take a Snapchat selfie with me, and I told him to delete it right now because I did not want to be associated with him.
Okay, well, that's great. You shame if that wasn't true.
I think I only saw him like 2 or 3 times. One was at an event in Hollywood. That's where he was like, hey, Gabby, show, can I get a pic? And took those pictures. And then afterwards, the same night, everybody from the event went to the diner across the street, and then he was taking pictures of Zayn and I, like implying that he was there with us.
Yeah, he was with us, but the photos that he took were like just to make it look like he was with us. But again, he didn't take any photos with us, and when he did take a photo, I asked him to delete it. Here's the photo that he took of us, undeleted. She literally has no association with him. It's not like she's gonna sit down and have a conversation with him where she tries to hear his side of the story, even though he pleaded guilty to felony assault. Again, he was charged with raping her, and he pled guilty to felony assault.
I also listen to Curtis because he's a human being, and just like in real court, in the court of public opinion, if you're gonna judge and condemn somebody, you should at least hear them out. Jessie was looking for any moment that she possibly could so that she could get emotional on the call because she was filming it, and she always knew she was going to post it.
I'm sorry. Okay, this whole situation, everything that we're seeing right here, is what she has a problem with.
Okay, the pad thai is not great, but what can you expect from like the grocery store, right? It's still pretty tasty, you know?
There's two sides to every story. Did he plead guilty to felony assault? Yeah, but there's another side to the story. Like, what did she say? Okay. Well, that's the thing that you're not cool with people criticizing, to the point that you'll do what? Coordinate an effort with your stance to destroy people's lives? Let's get into it. Because Jen was criticizing Gabby a lot for that, as she should. Okay, now we're getting into it.
Hey everybody, long time no see. Like this, don't really do videos anymore, hence the laptop setup. I tried to do my camera, that did not work. I never thought I would make this video. I never thought that I would actually get my hands on the information that allowed me to make this video. This video has been a long time coming, at least 6 years of me thinking about this and knowing what I knew, but not being able to prove it.
This is insane. This is insane. 6 years is such a long time. Also, she used to be like posting videos. Like, this was her channel before that. It's just like a sweet woman. And like, just imagine where you were 6 years ago in your life. She's literally like a small content creator and a nurse. She was literally just making videos, having fun, and then talking about this Gabby Hanna thing when it came out, as she should. But it's not like a Trisha Paytas, a Shane Dawson, where there's like equal power, like internet enemies going against each other. Because at least in that way, it's like peer-to-peer drama. But Gabby Hanna had the power to ruin this woman's life and instantly went full mob boss and did it. Here's how it started.
I'm not even gonna try to remember what was going on between Gabby and Jesse at this specific time. It was summer 2020. We're on Twitter a lot. There's a lot going down. And yeah, I ran my mouth constantly. I'm never gonna even say anything different. I have always talked shit about Gabby because Gabby deserves it. Gabby is a piece of shit. Gabby is the worst fucking person on this planet. So yeah, I was talking a lot of shit on Twitter, and there were a group of stans that were just absolutely asinine crazy. The main one that I remember is Alyssa. There was a girl named Skia. There was somebody named Tyler. There was a Monica. There was a Lisa. And then there was Gracie. And
Gracie, now we're getting there. It's insane to think about how like Gabby Hanna has like crazy stands. Do I have any crazy stands? One of my friends sent me a photo of somebody like copied my tattoos, like but not like a tattoo. It was like both of these tattoos together, and I was like, okay, that's actually epic. I don't think I have crazy stands. Gabby Hanna does though. That's insane to think about. That is the group of people that went on this tirade against Jen. There's like a whole Alyssa side story here that we're not going to get into because we're focusing on Gracie and Gabby, since Gracie is the inside source who leaked all the receipts. Alyssa, if you're like coming to the light, leak your receipts also. But to reiterate her, this is the summer of 2020. I don't know if y'all remember, there's something called COVID-19 going down. Social media during lockdown went through like a cataclysmic, apocalyptic change that is never fully recovered. I think so many of us who were holding out against like social media addiction fell full victim to it when it was the only thing that was at our fingertips and our only connection to the outside world. So like, I get that the like parasocial connections can be fostered in that type of relationship. Gabby Hanna manipulated it and used that to such evil ends. But after all these years have gone by, Jen wanted a little bit of closure, and she reached out to Gracie, one of these stands. This is the
Hold on. I don't know where to go because I've never cut down a tier 7 tree before. And what are they called? What are the trees called? It's not ornate, is it? Oops. Ornate tree? What is wrong with my... What's happening? Why is everything lagging? Let's just do these. I can just type tree, right? And all the trees will come up. They're called baobab trees? What the fuck does that even mean? Biobab? Biobabs? Is that like a radioactive bunny that plays basketball? Okay, so there's actually one right next to me. And this direction? This direction. Yeah. I see no jackals. Is this it? No way. No, I don't see it. Oh, maybe it was here. It's a dead tree. These are dead trees. It's supposed to be like a huge fat tree. Oh, it's bringing me here. There's nothing here. Oh, I see. Why is it so tiny? That's a flower. That's not it. There's no... Oh, maybe it's growing. It doesn't look like the other ones. Maybe it's growing. Why would you even show me if it's not even there? Let's go down. Can you stop attacking me, bro? I'm trying to do something here. I got 15 minutes to finish this gathering trip. Maybe it's growing. Maybe it'll be back later, but let's go this way. There's definitely one here. It says that there is a town here, but oh, there's a town here.
Email she wrote. Hi Gracie, I hope you're doing well. I was hoping to have a conversation with you. I would like to talk about the tweet that accused me of sexual assault. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna show the tweet or anything, but this is the thing that kickstarted everything. Some random anonymous account with no association with anybody, nobody knows who it is, tweeted that at Jen out of nowhere based on nothing, no victim, no receipt, nothing, just saying, oh yeah, she did it. Because for her, sexual assault is something that like you have to hear the perpetrator's side of the story.
If you're gonna judge and condemn somebody, you should at least hear them out.
But also, you can't use it just willy-nilly to ruin somebody's life that you don't like, who's criticizing you of defending something, doesn't. Okay. Jen continues in the email. It is my belief and understanding that there was heavy influence surrounding that situation, and I would really like to understand it better. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the situation and never-ending cycle of Gabby showing up every few years, writing/attempting to rewrite the story. I would appreciate a conversation that could bring clarity and closure to both of us. If you're not comfortable, I understand. Just know that I believe this could stop the cycle once and for all. Gracie responded to this email, and that is when the floodgate of receipts came out. But the way that Jen found out about this is also interesting because there's this post online that she found that says, I know the lore with this one, sadly, as someone that used to support Gabby. There was a fan named Gracie, oh my god, that Gabby manipulated into thinking Jen was a grapist privately in DMs and managed to make Gracie speak up publicly and spread this allegation. She loves to have her fans do her dirty work for her and then claim she herself didn't do anything. The receipts on that point are gonna blow your mind. How true that is. They continue talking about because Gracie got a lot of backlash for spreading that false hate onto Jen. They say that Gracie almost took her own, like, to the, like, almost said I'm out of life because of the hate. And Gabby reached out to her and asked if she could use Gracie's attempt and mention it in her 2020 comeback video to make a public point that my fans get harassed to this point for simply supporting and defending. Okay, now let's read Gracie's response. Hi there, Jen. I hope you were well. I'm open to having this conversation about it. That whole time really traumatized me, as I'm sure it did you too. Saying it was a heavy influence is an understatement. To give a little more context in our relationship, I'm not sure why she first started consistently replying to me, but as a fan, it was exciting. Close to 2019, the dynamic changed. Personally, I was going through extreme anorexia, using substances and drugs, and dealing with the death of my partner at the time. I lost my job, apartment, had to take a leave from school. This is the situation that Gabby Hanna is putting her claws into and going, here come the receipts. Gabby Hanna paid you $1,500. She DM'd her, we get through it together, sis. Gracie said, thank you for always being here for me. If I can repay you in any way, let me know. I'm always happy to help you with anything. She said, oh, Gracie, sweetheart, this is me repaying you. Please recognize that. You're truly God sent. You. I mean, she's in a relationship where Gracie is texting Gabby Hanna, have a good time, love you so much, and Gabby Hanna is responding, love you, love, I love you, girl. Rent, spending money, bills, delete Patreon, I'll give you access to everything. Gracie says, wow, I'm gonna cry right now because I've never had someone be so nice to me. I could never take that much from you, Gabby, I feel so bad. You've supported me emotionally and financially. I mean, I just can't believe it. There's so many more receipts. She DM'd her at 2 a.m. Are you awake? Gracie responded, oh my god, sorry, I was asleep. Everything okay? Can you do the most random favor, LMAO? I'm trying to figure out if these cat people are legit. She's like, yes, what's up? Can you email them and ask them how old the photos of the cats are? Does this not feel like Colleen? Especially with the money. Especially like, hey, I'm gonna pay you. You owe me like fucking crazy though, but you obviously don't, but like, you do. I mean, look, she's like, you guys are for real amazing friends. You are too, dude. We appreciate you so much. Someday we're for real gonna kick it. Get high as hell and just talk. It's gonna be so sick. I love you, all of you, but especially you guys. You're good friends. Thank you guys. This is helping so much. The number of times I've cried over your kindness and compassion, I can't even count. To which they responded, there is nothing else in the world I'd rather be doing than getting your truth heard. For real. She's grooming them, not in that way, but for war. But this is all just building up the relationship that Gabby was having with her fan accounts. All these people in these group chats are like her stan accounts, and she's fostering this relationship, grooming them for war.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, so definitely that other one, there was no tree over there. Because if they're this big, holy moly. Oh my god, it's only 10. It's only 27 left on this? It's a fat ass tree. A fat ass tree. Got a fat ass. And it jiggles. That's incredible. It's incredible. It's called what? Radioactive Bunny? IO Bath. It's crazy.
Community, and then she sends a screenshot over iMessage to Gracie of this Instagram post that's like, if you're a fan
All right, how many tree trunks do I need?
she is a bad person, and she said, please rally the troops to explain in comments what actually happened. It can't come from me, but my blood pressure is boiling. It can't come from me. Can you message some groups, especially Peach Pies, to tell her that she's being insane? And I literally just talked to a friend about my feelings privately because she wasn't being constructive in her tweets. She was being a bitch, LMAO. And also, it's kind of ironic that she's saying I'm upset about getting honest feedback when she's upset that someone gave her honest feedback. I'm not upset about a negative review. I'm upset that someone I was kind to is going out of her way to literally lie about me and be hateful and mock me on social media. Would it be bad for you or another trusted mod to respond to that like, As a mod, I can say this is 10,000% false or something. I will defend you. Grace can say that for sure. Does it look bad though? No. I don't know. I never know. Gracie's email response to Jen continues. Again, the email that Jen sent to Gracie being like, hey, I just want like some closure. I just want to talk about.
Okay, so I'm on the list for the claim supply gathering requests, and everything is gathered except the tree. So we just need 75 trunks here, and then we can go back. Hey, Neverland. Do I have enough room for this? Oh, you know I didn't have chat up this whole time. I guess I didn't need it up, but... Oh, look, I only have 75 slots left. Look at that. How crazy. Do you think I should do more than 75 just in case? Yeah, maybe let's dump. Oh, there's no storage over here. I don't see any storage. I'll switch wagons if I need to.
This Gracie said, hey, here's an entire inbox full of receipts and evidence. Please do whatever the fuck you want with this. Gabby is a psychopathic mob boss. Whoa. Some mornings I would wake up to a mental breakdown spam in my inbox from the headspace and amount of substance use I engaging in, plus the money and attention. She had me doing everything for her at a certain point because she had me genuinely believing she innocently needed the help. Block the fuck in. Check this out. We would video chat using this app that saved the video messages, and I actually did save everything, including the videos of her finding evidence and begging me to post it. Video receipts of her literally doing it. Fast forward to when the drama channels heavily picked this up, the Jen situation, which is like a lie that was being forced onto the public by Gabby to ruin this woman's life for criticizing her for that stuff at the beginning with the Jesse Smiles and Curtis Lepore, okay? Gracie is a young, at-risk stan with a parasocial relationship, and Gabby Hanna said, okay, after I got out of treatment, she pretty much ghosted me. I confronted her multiple times, and she told me I was incredibly parasocial and imagined our friendship because she was nice to a fan. You want to see the messages? This is insane that we see all this. I feel like I've explained this to you in email, but I'll try to be more clear. I wasn't ignoring you. I was just staying offline as much as I can. I have best friends from college who will be at my wedding that I speak to twice a year. I have family members that I speak to every 2 to 3 months briefly. I don't talk to many people frequently. It's normal not to speak to someone all the time. I told you, it's not personal. I'm not sure it's fair to say it wasn't parasocial for 3 years. In the summer of 2019, we definitely spoke more personally as you were so vocal and helpful about the Jesse stuff. And I'm very grateful for that. I did want to meet you and Angel in person to thank you for the help and for caring so much, but we were in a pandemic and it didn't happen. I mean, she'd go a paragraph, going on and on and on. Yeah, but we have the texts. We have the sacred texts. We know that's not true. I'm not sure it's fair to say it wasn't parasocial, okay? You were directing an internet militia of your stands to destroy people's lives. I think it's a little more than parasocial, and I'm pretty sure it's just you. Gracie's email continues. She said, she then unfollowed me everywhere and told me she wasn't comfortable around me, and then invited my friend, a fan account, to her house and officially hired her. This is something that has weighed on me for ages. After my EDMR treatment, I really wanted to reach out to you, but was afraid you didn't want to hear it. And if I'm being honest, for a long time, I was scared of what Gabby could do if I posted about everything. More receipt time, because we have the video messages, but what is in the video messages? Insane that we're seeing this. Also, could you subscribe to my channel and like the video if you're around there anyway? I'm trying to beat iShow speed on YouTube. I'm just like trying to get more subscribers than him, like just for fun. I just want like 57 million or something like that. Okay, here we go.
Hey babe, I had a question. I'm writing my comeback video right now, and I'm just talking about how shit got crazy after I got off still, and part of me was just trying to just show how fucking crazy these people are. I'm making a list of all the shit they did, like how they were collecting people's personal private conversations from when they were venting in the Discord and contacting their families and stuff. And obviously only if you're 100% okay with this, and obviously I wouldn't say your name, but would it be okay if I said something along the lines of like one of my fans relapsed with self-harm and attempted because she was under extreme duress from these people. obviously, it's only if you're 100% okay with it.
Super villain level threat. This is not an Act 1, Act 2 threat. This is like the end of a trilogy. It's like, yeah, we dealt with the orcs. Yeah, we dealt with Grimmer Wormtongue. Yeah, we dealt with Saruman. Yeah. Gabby Hanna is a Sauron level threat. And there's no other way I can think about it. I mean, this is the comeback video that she's discussing.
And she's been along the ride. Oh god, she's been around for fucking ever. She's the fucking best. She had a relapse with her self-harm and acquaintance because they contacted someone they shouldn't have and put her under extreme duress.
Gabby, you are the one that put her in that situation. You were the one who was directing her to do your bidding, which she then got shit for because you are a shit person. I had no idea. I mean, I didn't even know, honestly, before this about like the Jesse Smiles, Curtis Lepore stuff. Like, it wasn't something that I had like really been involved in, because when I hear Gabby Hanna, usually my gut response is like, oh my god, like I feel really bad for her because she clearly suffers from mental health issues. Like, obviously, this is so separate from that. This is so not related to that. This is her over years and years and years having zero empathy and only her own self-interest in mind. Whoa. I mean, that's one of the most uncomfortable parts of the whole story. Like, even asking permission for it, it's such a weird thing to ask somebody who's emotionally dependent on you and receiving support financially and emotionally. There's more stuff I want to hear Jen talk about, though, because like the specific allegation that was made against her just from a random Twitter account that was then by Gabby Hanna directing her Stan accounts. Jen thinks that Gabby or her boyfriend at the time, Peyton, was the one behind the tweet, and then they just like tweeted it and then told other people to like go send it to drone channels and stuff. And I gotta be honest, I feel like it makes sense.
Felt bad for Gracie, and I always did feel guilt if she had to go to any kind of treatment for anything I said or did, because I really did go hard at her. But people were literally calling a job I didn't have anymore. And something I've never told anybody, I don't think, is that I had interviewed for a company that I had worked for in the past. This was in the pandemic when all this happened. I had already lost my second job that I had to make ends.
I'm getting like so fucking, I'm just like seeing her talk. She's a nurse talking about what she was going through in the middle of the pandemic. I don't know if y'all know something about a pandemic. The nurses, the healthcare workers, the first responders, the people who were dealing with that were rightfully at the time lifted up in like such a major way of like, oh my god, you guys are like actually doing the work. It's like making me feel emotional right now because she's going through all of that, people dying constantly at her job, coming home. People have been calling her job saying, do you know that you employ a man? You know you employ a pet man? She's lost jobs, it's a pandemic, like work is hard as fuck to get. She's interviewing for another place, and here, go ahead.
I had interviewed for a position that I had had in the past, and it was a really good interview. I had great references. There was no reason for me not to get the job. I was told, we'll call you back next week and basically let you know. And I never heard back from them. And I even reached out to my reference who worked there, who had like told the people about me. She's like, that's very strange they never called you back. Well, these stands had called that place based off of my LinkedIn, and I had worked there in the past when they called them. So maybe that had something to do with it.
Yeah. You know who really needs a beating down because she stood up against the apologist? Yeah, 60-year-old hospice nurse. Yeah. Fuck her. Oh my god, it's a pandemic right now and there's a hospice nurse. I hate her. She sucks. I love her vibe. Also, she's like, I'm sorry if I said anything to Gracie that made her feel so bad that she felt like she did all those things. But I mean, they're doing all this to me. Yeah, it's not her fault. It's not her fault for standing up against the fucking torrential bullshit that's trying to ruin her life. You're not wrong for standing up against the fucking mouth of Sauron's gates of Mordor. No, you're Aragorn. You go chop their head off. Luckily, in this situation, though, the mouth of Sauron is fine, and we find out Sauron is actually pretty fucking sweet and was actually just really manipulated by Sauron. And then the mouth of Sauron gives us all of the evidence of everything that Sauron has ever done. I don't know what these Lord of the Rings references are, but it feels like a story that is that big. It feels that like that level of scale. And I don't know how this isn't something that like everybody's done. I don't know. I'm like, am I like, please subscribe, because like the thing I'm about to show you is fucking insane. This is like the pièce de résistance, because these videos that we're about to see are her directly telling Gracie to blow up the tweet that is about Jen. I know.
This cannot come from me, Gracie. I just found the tweets. I feel so violated. Yeah, sorry, someone just messaged me. I feel so violated.
Sorry. Somebody messaged me about. You're so cool, Gavin. You're so awesome. Sorry, somebody just messaged me about some shit. And everybody was saying anything negative about you, just like totally ignore me. I have a report. Sorry. I'm just like seeing like a text message or something. I actually love you so much. You're the coolest person ever. she started, "This cannot come from me, Gracie. Gracie, this cannot come from me." Mob boss. Genuinely mob boss shit.
Make that shit go fucking viral. Like, as viral as you can within the community. Like, I'll send you the tweets right now. I need to figure out how I can message Gracie quietly and safely. Like, it has to be like, this cannot.
Why are you whispering? That guy is such a jackass. Quietly and subtly. Hey, just make sure that all this slander that you're doing is very subtle. Hey, bud, we're on video right now. You can just talk. Like, whispering doesn't make it less likely this. Don't let this get back to us, I swear to God. Brother, why are you doing ASMR in Gabby Hanna's ear while she directs a military operation?
This cannot. Subtly? How is she gonna do it subtly? It just can't come from me. Like, I'm the only person it cannot come from.
Yeah, but it can't be like a massive blow up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It can't be everyone sending it at once, you're right. But it needs to get to people. It needs to be tagged to drama channels too. There's a lot of tweets that show, like, somebody's like accusing her of being a little girl.
This is a hospice nurse in the middle of the pandemic. We gotta blow this up. We gotta ruin this girl's life. This girl's been saying things about me that are critical of the awful things that I've been doing recently.
We have to ruin her life.
There's these tweets that just happened that you need to do something about these tweets. Where do those tweets come from, Gabby? What's the source? What's the evidence at all? What's like the receipt? Because the thing is, that's just a completely anonymous tweet based on literally nothing. Whereas your friend that you kept defending pled guilty to felony assault. And again, he was charged with, he pled guilty to felony assault. Jen is a hospice nurse in the middle of a global pandemic who thinks that what you did is messed up. I'm just talking shit about you. Validly.
Ah, it's a King Jackal. Run away. Run away.
You don't think I should involve Gracie?
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
telling Gracie, I can't be involved. It can't
Please.
come from me whatsoever. So this is right here, Bungle X. Yes, that's me. No, I wasn't drunk. I assume that admission was a Freudian slip, but please, the truth will set you free. And then somebody here said, my internet's not working at all. Baby, can I just see it on your phone so I can show Gracie so she can go find it?
Yes, 1 second.
I'm so uncomfortable getting like a glimpse inside this. Is this like kind of like a documentary low key? Like, I feel like we're getting insane inside sources. This is the type of shit that you only see in a documentary. It's like, oh, cut to a clip of the villain explicitly describing the things that they've said all along they didn't do. Cut to.
I am lagging very hard, so I am gonna do a reset on this. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close this. I can probably close this. Maybe we'll do like a Young Dawn video after this. I don't know if I have anything that lasts more than. Oh, look at this. Young Dawn has one that's 43 minutes. I was just about to say, I don't think I have any that's like an hour long, but we found one. I found one. President Trump blasts South Korea for not aiding US in war with Iran. It's funny. That is funny. Yeah. I think this is fine. All right, we're gonna play. Bring the game back up. Maybe we're not lagging anymore.
Unbelievable footage. It's unbelievable. But I believe it. No, it is what it is. I mean, this is a look into Gabby Hanna's domestic life. Like sitting there with her boyfriend at the time, Peyton, on a couch, chilling, trying to.
Okay, less resources now. This should be fine.
No, it can't come. Seriously, absolutely cannot. No, you don't understand at all. Like it can't cover me at all.
At all. Oh yeah, I have seaweed snacks. Has anyone had seaweed snacks before?
I don't know. I don't know. Not confirmed, heavily speculated. Because why in the world would some hospice nurse who hates Gabby Hanna and has been like getting in Twitter beef with Gabby Hanna randomly get allegations out of nowhere at the height of her drama with Gabby Hanna? And the tweet's contents itself, there's a part at the bottom where she's like, everyone will know the truth. Hashtag BLM, hashtag LGBTQIA+. Notice the most judgmental woke people are always hiding horrific crimes. I have a hard time imagining that that's from anybody other than Gabby or her boyfriend. Especially because the wording of that is so what somebody who's being accused of all of these things would say. Oh, you're so good. You're such a good person because of this and this. Okay, meanwhile, here's a lie about you. Oh, okay, well, what's interesting about that is that that's a lie. And even if it wasn't her or her boyfriend, we've seen her directing her fan accounts to do whatever the fuck she wants. So, you know what I mean? Keep going, Gabby.
Babe, first of all, didn't show something about it's Gracie. What you gonna do with your boss's name? Chill. So this is one of them, and then what was the other one where it was like you took girls to the little den? I guess this is some idiots talking about her being my friend. Remember when people called you Jen to the den? Your followers really deserve to know what you did, so own up, hypocrite.
And Gabby Hanna, even in a fictionalized world that fully fits into the exact narrative that she is portraying. Oh, this is just some account that said this and it popped up and we got to get the word out. Even in that, looking at these tweets, they're clearly from somebody who's just like a crazy, scary person. Nothing about this looks legit at all. It is just so obviously saying exactly what Gabby Hanna would want to get to the drama channels. Interesting. Well, by the way, yeah, when this did get blown up by Gabby Hanna's stan accounts, the stan accounts got a lot of shit. Fucking stupid. There's more to this video though, and another one. So let's just.
So yeah, I don't know, but get people on it. See if you can like get some answers. I have a drama channel looking to fuck all these people. I really hope this person has some type of like evidence, which I'm sure they don't. Like that would have been years ago, right? Like if Jen Den was like little girls, it would have been years ago. Like what receipts are there? But I'd love to hear the story. There's no fucking receipts for anything that they accuse me of, so.
There are receipts. I started the video with not knowing that she is in the middle of a receipt. There's no receipts on me. Girl, I'm reading the CVS receipt right now saying, I'm not a receipt. You are! Come on, oh my god, oh my god. By the way, she's being like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Like, whatever, who cares? It's just whatever, it's crazy. I don't understand what the hell is going on here. I mean, I do understand what the hell is going on here. They're sitting on the couch, they're putting on a performance for Gracie. Right? From what I'm seeing, it looks like they're performing the questions that any reasonable person would have and coming up with the perfect answers that fits in exactly their narrative. No, there can't be any proof of it. There can't be any like written receipts or evidence or anything like that. Because of course it's happened so long ago, so it's weird that it's just popping up right now. All of a sudden, Gabby Hanna is getting a bunch of hate from this girl. So it's weird that all of a sudden they're telling the story, but no, we shouldn't think about that. We should just listen to whatever they say. And whatever they say, regardless of if they can prove it or not, we just gotta go with that. Because there's no receipts on what I said. That. Okay, there were receipts on what you said. Jackass.
I had to take my medicine for anxiety just to do this. You would love to hear the story. You would love to hear the story of a little girl being.
Yep. I got a good point. Sorry, I got it. Yep, very good point. Imagine the vindication that Jen was feeling when she got these videos at her email. Oh my god. There's a few more of these videos that we have to watch everything that Gabby did because it's truly the most unhinged content that I think I've ever seen. I don't know how like everybody isn't talking about this right now. It's the fact that we are seeing her actively doing the thing that she's been accused of for years that she's been kind of able to skirt around. Like I know that Gabby Hanna is not somebody with a sparkling and clean reputation. It's not like Cody Co got found out to be statutory and everybody was like, oh fuck, because that's like a, oh my god, everybody loved him. Oh now what the fuck? With Gabby Hanna, it is like everybody has a lot of sus vibes around her. Like I think that the difficult thing about this is that so much of her public presence in the recent years has been extremely unhinged, and I felt bad for her. Like I felt very bad for her when she was going through stuff like this. I'm just gonna show her. This is Gabby in her house. That's just a fan that just came to her house, and she's just like, hey, so she's just filming videos with There's just some guy in her house, and she's clearly going through an episode. But this part was like freaking.
By the way,
I have never seen a seaweed snack before, and they're so light and fluffy. Oh my god. They're so like fluffy.
I know you know who I am. Come on. Why did you lie to me this whole time? Why did you lie to me? That's for my acne. Get the fuck out of my house now. Now. Now.
When I saw that, I was scared that he was gonna be like. And this situation is why I never really looked too much into the Jesse Smiles and Curtis Lepore thing, like when I was thinking about making a video about it, because from my perception, this is what I knew of Gabby Hanna, to be honest. Like, I knew this, and I knew, like, okay, minor. And when somebody's in a mind state like this, I think empathy is like, I just have it. I just have it for people who are in a situation like this. But that doesn't make anything that she's doing okay. It makes, like, the stuff that she's doing here in this situation, while there was this episode happening, there's a different light and a different context on that. When it's not happening and she's just intentionally trying to ruin someone's life because they are saying something critical of her that's valid, that is a completely different ball game. And I think it's important to like kind of have this moment in the video because yeah, there's like nuance in a situation. Somebody can be going through a lot and dealing with a lot, and that doesn't then give them carte blanche to be a mob boss with their Stan accounts to try to ruin a hospice nurse's life because they did the right thing in criticizing her. It's not hard to hold multiple things true at once. We're human beings. Our brain is complex. Now let's get to these other receipts.
Are people tagging Jen in it? Like, are people tagging Jen being like, hey, did you this little girl? Because, like, low-key, if we put a lot of pressure on her about that, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because, like, and what if she speaks about it herself? You know what I mean? And then people start looking into it, like, well, why are people accusing you of being a little girl? Because, like, that's so random. So, like, should they be pushing her to do it or not? That's what they do to me.
She doesn't give a fuck if the accusation is true. She doesn't give a fuck about the accusation at all. She's just using it as a way to ruin someone's life. Because for her, that's what it is. She didn't really give a shit about it. Otherwise, she would not have stayed close to Curtis Lepore after all that happened. She was best friends with Jesse Smiles, who was the victim of it. And she stayed close to Curtis because you have to hear his side of the story. The court of public opinion. It's also the same with the court of law. You have to understand.
I also listen to Curtis because he's a human being. And just like in real court, in the court of public opinion, if you're gonna judge and condemn somebody, you should at least hear them out.
No, girl. No. This is why I just like invalidate so many people's criticisms of people. I'm like, they just immediately go to, oh, what's the worst thing I can say about that person that I don't like? No regard if it's based on their actions or what they're doing at all. Just like, off vibes. Or not even vibes. Like, she's literally just saying, this is the worst thing that she could possibly be. What's blowing up? Jen didn't force you to say the stupid shit that made you get in trouble. You said the stuff that got you in trouble. You don't get to ruin Jen's life because you're a jack asshole. Keep going.
There was an accusation.
I thought you meant Gracie.
No.
I thought that was the right thing to do.
I mean, when there's an accusation, it gets pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed on me. So, like, maybe it needs to get pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed on her.
Yeah.
See if she finally responds to it. See if people pick up on it.
Yeah. You think she'd say that?
Maybe tag people like Primink or Shannon or Not Another Drama Channel, that SM Creep show. Like, maybe start tagging them in that shit. Yeah, of course she's seen it, babe. She's so obsessed with Twitter. Like, she stalks that shit like crazy.
Yeah, because she doesn't have a job right now. Because she doesn't have a job. Because meanwhile, people are dying in the middle of a pandemic. And she's a hospice nurse. Yeah. Oh my god, I have so much empathy for you because people are just pushing and pushing and pushing the allegations on you. Well, the allegations in question on you are receipts of you doing something that people don't like, and they don't like you anymore. Here's another one.
Dude, I hope that girl responds so much. Or whoever that person is responds about that little girl. It's so fucking crazy. Thanks for checking into it. This person, I doubt they're gonna want to talk to like random pages. They're not my fan, but...
Yeah, they're not my fan. They're not my fan because they're you. In some people's opinion. I'm not saying that. Yeah, it's just good that she's getting... I mean, the person, we don't know if it's a she. I mean, I'm a girl. No, but it's not me. Great job, Gab. You're really gonna fix your name. By the way, like, honestly, how are you gonna give so many destructive receipts. Insane videos of you admitting to everything, ringleading everything, being a mob boss, pulling strings to somebody, and then when they're like, hey, I'm out of treatment, hey, you're like, I don't want to talk to you, I don't want to talk to you. Okay, girl, well, they're going to start to have a little second of realization, and then they're going to turn on you. That's why, as a good cult leader, you've got to keep all of your subjugates close. I mean, she does feel like a so makes me crazy. Let's see Gabby Hanna in bed.
Feel free to share this information with anybody who's worried. And they have absolutely no case. They couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. In order for anything to be considered like defamation or slander or for any type of legal action to be taken, one, you would have to publish it publicly. So like you would need to write a book, make a YouTube video, tweet, this person did this thing.
No, you can't get sued for defamation. No, you can't do that. If you defame somebody, it's like you can say whatever you want about somebody to try explicitly to ruin their life, and it doesn't actually matter because it didn't come from me. Well, yeah, you can't be sued for defamation because all of these other fan accounts were the ones who were doing your bidding, but they definitely can be sued for defamation. And then they definitely can turn over the receipts of you directing the whole thing, and then you definitely can be sued for defamation because you ring-led the whole thing. I mean, ring-lead isn't even the right... Like, she is genuinely acting like a mob boss with these stan accounts.
Make sure it doesn't look like it came from me. Be subtle about it. Be quiet about it. Ruin the broad's life. She deals a lot with death, but she's never dealt with this.
Second, they would have to prove that you did it knowing that it was a lie. So like if you came to me and you were like, hey, like I know that Jen didn't actually do this thing, but I'm gonna like tell everybody she did this thing. Like, are we in this together? Okay, great. Like you would have to prove that that happened.
Okay, I think that Gabby Hanna might not know what's going on. The videos that we have seen, the screenshots that we've seen, all of the receipts that Gabby Hanna has done for this specific situation, if you can't sue somebody for defamation with this as the evidence, then I don't even know what defamation is, because she is so obviously doing it, knowing that it's, I mean, she has no care at all into whether it's true or not. Obviously.
Whoa.
But in this evidence that we're looking at right now, she's not even trying to find the truth. At no point has this been about finding the truth to see if this is going to be real, because if this is real, oh my god, that exonerates me. It's, hey, somebody said this and we literally would never be able to know if it's true, and I actually don't even know why they did it all of a sudden out of nowhere as soon as she starts attacking me. I don't understand, but let's blow it up and make it right. Okay, if that's not defamation, well, maybe I'm missing something though. Keep going, yeah.
Because them saying it's not true, like the reason defamation is so hard is you have to prove that the person knowingly lied. So like in my case, like I could sue T-Spill for defamation or Dustin Daly for defamation because they had alternative information and they ignored it.
Yeah, they had alternative information, my lies. They had my lies and they didn't even take it as true. Therefore, I can lie about anyone I want, and I can't be sued for defamation. Yeah, so basically keep doing the shit that's gonna get you definitely sued for defamation. Sound good? So I don't think Jen's gonna sue her because she's like, she's not really into that life right now, I don't think. She's getting a lot of vindication, but I just really, really want to see the Twitter box of whose account that is. But I honestly I feel like the complete negligence she took to like even verify it at all. I mean, I sound insane even acting like, oh, she didn't even verify it. It's like I don't think that she didn't tweet. Like I personally, from looking at this, I think that she tweeted it. I can't prove it, but it really fucking looks like it. And if not, everything I've seen makes me think that she definitely had her hands in it. And as she's doing the exact thing that is fully grounds.
Wow, this is damning evidence. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. We're back. I don't know if I'm a fan of the seaweed snack.
For defamation, which is a very hard thing. Like, I am well aware defamation is a very hard thing to win. But this is one of the very few rare cases where I genuinely think it's pretty much open and shut. She's sending all this stuff to an at-risk person who's emotionally dependent on her. It's like she sees somebody who is vulnerable and then sees them, if they're a fan of hers, as such a valuable resource to extract. Yes, because then they're dedicated to me, and if they're dedicated to me, they'll do whatever I want, and they won't let it get back to me because they love me so much, as they should. You are a villain. So villain.
Unless you have some type of alternative information, like this Adam Bungle guy like came to you and was like, hey Jesse, you know this isn't real, they can't do anything. And the last thing is, you never
Did you just call her Jessie? Keep going. It's Gracie. Keep going.
accused anybody of anything. You asked people questions, like somebody else put something out there, and then you guys were talking about something that somebody else said. None of you guys made the claim. So those are like the three main things. You guys didn't make the claim in the first place. You guys didn't publish that claim, and there's no way to prove that you guys were saying anything that you was a lie.
Okay, so got somebody to tweet that out. So all of the criteria right now. Yeah, by the way, I don't think Gracie is defamation at all. I think they could be just don't talk. Just don't talk. You're not gonna want to see what happens when Gabby Hannah gets her goons on you. When Gabby Hannah gets gooning, you better run. Don't say that, guys. That's a homonym for something completely different. Stop saying it.
You're just trying to say they're bad people. They're fucking losers. Don't lose.
That part really just specifically gets to me because, like, imagine you're doing all of this for somebody that you're such a fan of, and she just views you and is even talking to you, describing you as nothing more than a puppet. It's just a fan speculating. No, it's your top assassin taking out a target being directed towards the weapon that very surreptitiously you provided. You're not responsible for that at all, Gabby. Of course not.
They know. Like, what they are doing is what has been happening to me for how long now? Like, they're so focused.
Yeah, I'm just medicine over and over and over and over again. She keeps saying that she's going to give her a taste of her own medicine. All these other things she's saying, I'm going to give her a taste of her own medicine. I can't interpret that any other way other than you are fully responsible for the tweet. It's just like she's already responsible for everything. There's this tweet out there that everybody is speculating and because we don't know, like, she is not in these videos saying, I did it. You cannot watch these videos and tell me any other thing. She did it to get back at her. The thought of it to accuse somebody of that, to get back at her, to say that, you're gonna go, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with that. I'm so sorry though. I'm so sorry though. Am I gonna pay your court fees? No, obviously not. Am I gonna be there for you? Obviously not. Do you need to stay blood oath loyal to me? Now, around this point, Gabby Hanna sent out an email to a lot of the people who were in that group chat that she's been, creating a military with. She said, an apology. I wanted to say sorry to you three for involving you so heavily in this. As much as I view you guys and friends and peers, it still wasn't fair of me to put you in that position, especially with this last situation. I was having a very emotional and exhausted response, trying to make sense of why this is and has been happening for so long. I really appreciate all of your efforts, and I'm really sorry for dragging you into my chaos. In other news, we should all just do a WhatsApp group so we can stay in touch now that I'm offline. Way easier than email. I'm not sure if Angel checks this email, so Chaz, please forward to her. I know Gracie's off socials right now, too. Love you guys. Gabby Hanna. Oh, that's such a sweet message. Would be a little bit sweeter if it wasn't sent to all of the colluding to ruin a hospice nurse's life in the pandemic just because she said some stuff about you that are true. Yeah, we got one more leaked video of Gabby Hanna. I don't like saying leaked, This one's a doozy.
Hey, wow, I'm so ugly, holy shit. I just want to apologize for really involving you in so much. Like, I know that, like, we're friends, and I was, like, leaning on you as a friend, but it was just too much, and put you in a compromising situation. And I guess in my head, I was like, oh, well, Gracie's, like, relatively anonymous. Like, she's just, I'm on the toilet, by the way. Like, nobody's gonna, like, come for her. And obviously I was wrong, and obviously it's just like, I know you're saying that's not the reason you're gone, but it was a lot. So I just wanted to say that.
Hey fan who's a really big fan of me, I'm gonna ask you to do a series of soft tasks to prove your loyalty to me. I'll give you $1,500 and make you emotionally dependent on me as well, of course, but I am gonna need you to spread a bunch of lies on somebody who's just talking shit about me. Honestly, probably vouch for what they're saying, but But if I'm being honest, I'm sorry. I didn't think things would go wrong. I was just directing you to lead a hate campaign against somebody. I don't know why I went for that. You mind telling Keemstar that Jen is responsible for the Palisades fire? You want to do that real quick? Literally, Gabby Hanna at 3 a.m. sending video messages to her fans. Hey, I just saw a tweet where somebody said that Jen was actually patient 0 in Wuhan. She was actually the one who got COVID-19 and brought it to America. I saw somebody tweeted it and it has 6 likes. Could you tell Keemstar, please? I'm peeing right now. But the receipts are out there now. We have the receipts. Jen is free. If anybody ever says anything to Jen, Jen just goes, okay. Meanwhile, here's Gabby Hanna literally saying that she did it for 20 minutes straight. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And also, I'm so grateful for Gracie coming to terms with what happened. She went to rock bottom as a result of doing the bidding of Gabby Hanna and then realized, well, fuck, that's actually really shitty and I feel horrible about it and I don't even know what to do. I'm an awful person. And then Jen, as a very, like, her email to Gracie was so sweet. It's just like, hey, I just want to talk and just maybe, like, find some sort of, like, if we could find closure or something like that. I love my southern people. I love my country folk. And Gracie said, hey, not just closure. But did y'all know anything about this? I had no fucking idea the extent of all this, and just like looking at it all back to now, I truly think she's one of the worst like parasocial, manipulative, like gaslighting people I've ever seen. The receipts on the Colleen Ballinger stuff were insane, but this is like a completely different level of insanity. Just the amount of material that we have that's from Gabby Hanna literally just doing all of the things that everybody's been accusing her of. And hey, thank you so much for watching this video. If you didn't subscribe already when I asked you a couple more times, you're not gonna do it now. So I'm not even gonna ask.
Please subscribe! I'm on the toilet right now, but I want you to subscribe!
All right, next video. This is Young Dawn's. Oh, wow.
AI for a second. Imagine getting a Big Mac and then sitting in the parking lot to eat
Safely? Bro.
somewhere in the like 45 to 50 mile an hour range, and then you gotta turn off that road into like a business complex, and then the guy behind you, he's like pissed at you that you have to slow down. Like, you're fucking slow, you're backing up traffic, man. What the fuck are you stopping for? Like, you want me to take this corner into this like CVS parking lot going 50 miles an hour? Dude, I gotta stop, man. But that's what the stroke does, man. It's evil. I hate it.
The result is a place built almost entirely for cars, where businesses exist mainly to catch travelers coming off the interstate. People driving through can be completely overwhelmed by advertising.
Right.
If you have been on the road all day, it can also weirdly feel like an oasis. In Ohio, outside Dayton, you start seeing ads before you even reach the city. Long before you arrive anywhere, the brands have already beat you to it. For pedestrians, this kind of environment can be almost impossible to navigate.
Oh yeah.
When you
Walk? You want to walk somewhere? I have lived in multiple places where it's literally impossible to walk to a destination I would like to go to from my house. Like, there's just this massive long portion of the journey where there is no sidewalk. You would literally be walking on a high-speed road or highway in order to get there. So walking is just not even a thing that's taken into consideration when they're designing these roads. Again, another reason why they're fucking terrible.
You find a sidewalk, it often just gets cut off out of nowhere
Yeah.
and leaves you standing at the edge
Bro,
of the road.
so much of this, so much of you're on this, and now you're just, okay, where would you like to walk now? In the mud, dirt, or on the road with the cars? You choose.
Like the rest is your problem. So if you live in America and don't have a car, I wish you the best of luck on your adventures.
Yeah.
This next road takes the crown though, because
Not an accident, though.
Speedway Boulevard in Tucson, Arizona is literally known as the ugliest street in the United States after Life magazine called it loathsome in 1970. It had already been criticized 8 years earlier by the city's mayor, and looking at the old photo, you can see why. The road is covered in signs and billboards packed so tightly that it looks like it's drowning in its own advertising.
Wow, man.
Part of the reason it looked so extreme is that the photographer used a telephoto lens, which compressed the perspective and made the signs appear even more crowded than they really were.
Oh, okay.
But hey, at least it had some character.
Right.
Local officials later said the photo gave the city a black eye, but ironically, the controversy also pushed the city to make real changes. They passed stricter sign laws, and the road widening made it look even less crowded. But
Right,
today,
yeah.
it is still a wide and busy car-focused commercial strip.
For sure.
Number
Where
2,
isn't?
Suburban hell.
Oh, yeah. I fucking talk about copy and paste, bro. Copy and paste. This is taking over all of America. You go anywhere, any state, you're gonna find the same copy and paste house.
Feel like it's
and they're all built super fast, low quality.
50-50 relationship with these types of neighborhoods. Some people see it as their end goal, a quiet house, a garage, maybe a backyard, far away from the noise of the city. But for others, these neighborhoods feel depressing and
Oh,
boring,
yeah.
or
Very.
even creepy. The houses look identical, and the streets repeat the same patterns like they were copy-pasted.
Yeah.
Let me know which group you fall into in the comments below. The problem with Las Vegas is that it's built right in the middle of a desert. One moment you see thousands of identical homes, and the next the city just ends.
Jeez.
Las Vegas was founded in 1905, just 3 years after the invention of air conditioning. Entire communities rose where just a few years earlier there was nothing but sand and rock. You can see the wide roads and loops built for cars, and the darker the pavement gets, the more the whole place turns into a heat island. Right behind it is...
You know what that reminds me of? There is a movie. It was on Netflix. I don't know if it's still on Netflix, but I know for sure it's on Prime. It's called Vivarum. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's such a great movie. I'm just going to play the trailer.
Welcome to Yonder, a wonderful development. It has all you need and all you'd want.
If you haven't seen it, you should watch it.
Old washes, scraped slopes, and a big.
So what you're telling me is that if our enemies ever targeted the electrical grid in this area during the summer, these people are just gonna roast alive because they needed air conditioning to even make this city possible.
Empty square waiting for the next batch of roofs. Because these developments are built so quickly, many homes end up looking almost the same. People like to call it cookie cutter housing, where only a few designs are repeated hundreds of times.
Right.
From above, it looks more like a circuit board left out in the sun, but somehow those repeating patterns are strangely satisfying to look at. Close up, it's sometimes even worse. If you thought this was a military camp, well, it's not. It is actually a neighborhood in Lubbock, Texas.
Jeez. Yeah.
It seems like everywhere you look on Street View, there aren't any pedestrians, only people in cars.
Bro, nobody walks
Some
here.
of these places are built as affordable starter homes, which explains why so many houses look nearly the same. Sometimes the repetition becomes so extreme, it starts to resemble something fictional.
Yeah.
In Richmond,
Hey
Kentucky-
man, and I wouldn't even be mad at this if homes were very accessible and affordable. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, yeah, it's cookie cutter shit, but everybody can easily acquire one. You don't have to save for 20 years in order to make a down payment to get one of these houses, right? But the reality is, these houses are incredibly expensive, bro. These cookie cutter houses that go up in no time with all of these flaws. You ever see one of those videos on like TikTok or YouTube Shorts where it's a guy who has to go and evaluate a house before a purchase is made, and then he finds all the little things that are always fucked up with the house? Like, all of these houses, they could be selling for $1 million. Doors aren't closing properly. Shit is leaking. Insulation is fucked up. Bathroom, the water pools in the bathtubs improperly. A lot of these houses are like that.
There's a suburban development that, when seen from the right angle, looks almost identical to the neighborhood from the movie Vivarium, where the characters are trapped inside an endless maze of identical homes.
Hey, look at that. Bro, I didn't even know that was gonna happen. I just saw it and my brain went straight there. Okay. I did not pre-watch, but hey.
This long, thin subdivision in South Carolina is called Wagon Trail, but people online...
Now you have to watch the movie.
Zipper Street. From above, it looks like a zipper cutting through the woods. To make it worse, there's almost no shade and no sidewalks.
Oh, yeah,
The forest is the best part here,
bad.
at least until they cut it down for more building space.
Of course.
Some neighborhoods are so unreal that they look like a before and after photo, while others look like one area is fully finished and everything around it hasn't been touched. Then again, some suburbs are better, like this one, with big houses and big backyards. The biggest problem is complete car dependency.
I don't know if I'd call them better. They're just bigger. But I don't necessarily say they're better.
People drive everywhere because nothing is close. I would start by adding sidewalks, but even sidewalks wouldn't help much, because they would lead nowhere except to more houses.
Yeah, right.
That is why adding things like small markets and parks would break the monotony and instantly improve the quality of life.
No, but then we would all start talking to each other and socializing, and you know they don't want that.
Number 3, parking lots. The problem with car culture in America is that everything needs a parking lot. In fact, it seems like most of the space in cities is just parking lots with buildings in between.
Right, yeah.
You just need to bring back horse transportation, like in the good old times.
Or public transportation.
Downtown Houston in the 1970s was basically just a giant parking lot. Nearly 50% of its land area was sold as parking lot. This happened due to the lack of public transportation in Texas, which made car ownership a necessity. While it has improved, as of 2023, around 26% still remains in parking space.
And it needs more, right? Chavez Ravine area overlooking downtown Los Angeles. But then they want to ask, oh, why are you moving to white neighborhoods? They fucking destroy all of the good neighborhoods that, you know, were predominantly black and Hispanic. And then, so where else are you going to go? Yeah, that's how that story goes.
Neighborhood was essentially replaced by a massive parking lot. Now this image is just an oil painting, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was somewhere in the United States. You need a car just to get from your parked car to the store.
Right.
I mean, what's the point of...
Bro, I do not own a car, but I guess now I understand why everyone else thinks that it is like a symbol of what phrase am I looking for? Sign of wealth, sign that you're doing well, sign that you're going someplace. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I never understood why everyone put so much pressure on people having a car. As a person who I didn't get my license till I was 21. Okay. I caught the bus everywhere because where I'm from, public transportation is definitely a thing. So I didn't need to drive. Right, even right now, I don't need to drive. So I don't drive. I don't own a car. I don't pay for car insurance. And everyone I talk to, when I say I don't have a car, they're like, you don't have a car? Is your license messed up? Is something wrong with it? Like, are you okay? Are you sure? Like, where am I going? Why do I need a car? Literally everything is right around me. If it wasn't like 500 fucking degrees outside, I could like walk to the store. It's too hot for all that though. Okay. But yeah, it needs to be walkable. Places need to be walkable. I don't understand why places are not pedestrian friendly. I just don't place value on cars as much as other people do. Probably because I don't need one, right? I'm just speaking from a privileged place. I'm just shutting.
A parking lot when you still have to walk a mile after parking.
So
I guess that makes the
wasted
city
space, bro. So much wasted space.
more walkable. Still, it seems there are never enough parking places at a Costco, and it also looks like they've never heard of multi-level parking.
Right.
Filling those huge areas with solar panels would at least make these giant parking lots not a total waste of space.
Right.
One company called Kimco decided that our furry friends also deserved a small part of these large parking areas, and when I said small, I meant it.
Wow.
I'm not even sure if this is supposed to be a dog park or a dog jail.
I think it's a joke is what it is.
Don't worry though, it's fully fenced. Just in case your dog tries to make a daring escape across the parking lot.
Right.
You can't play fetch here, but at least your dog can hang out.
You can't even have more than one dog in this thing at a time.
Fire hydrant. It might not make many friends, but it might make eye contact with a Honda Civic.
Oh, for sure.
Number 4.
Brutal.
Widest highway in the world. Just one more lane. That idea seems to be popular with many highways in the US. This road in Houston might be the most extreme. This is the Katy Freeway, a section of Interstate 10 that was expanded in the early 2000s into one of the widest highways on Earth. At its widest point, the corridor stretches across 26 lanes, 12 main lanes for regular traffic, 8 feeder lanes along the sides, and 6 special managed lanes in the middle.
You know, it's so crazy seeing it from above that prototype. This is a real nice ride on the wall. And in your mind,
like a high-speed train or something.
Transportation researchers call this induced demand, which basically means that when you build more road space, more people decide to drive.
Yeah.
Some drivers move farther away from the city, others switch from public transport to cars, and many people simply take trips to save money. In other words, bigger roads often create more traffic for repairs to fix. Despite being one of the widest highways in the world, the Katy Freeway can still look like a giant parking lot during rush hour. Number 5. Industrial Happy Meal. This is not a very scenic location for McDonald's. It almost looks like some sort of film set, but it's a real location.
Oh,
It's located in South Philadelphia.
I thought that shit was AI for a second. Oh, wow, okay. That's a crazy sight. Imagine getting a Big Mac and then sitting in the parking lot to eat it, and you're just like looking at the chemical plants behind the McDonald's as you're chomping down on your GMO, pesticide-filled chemical burger. Yeah, America.
Right in front of a long row of factory chimneys. From the street, it looks like your regular McDonald's, with a drive-through sign, a small parking lot, and the familiar golden arches. But instead of office towers or a nice skyline in the distance, the background is filled with tall chimneys and heavy industrial buildings.
Right.
That is because this part of Philadelphia sits next to a huge refinery and industrial zone where oil tanks, chemical plants, and processing facilities have operated for decades.
Well, hey, they need to eat too, right? The people that work at these chemical plants, they need to eat too. And so they needed to build a McDonald's.
In November 2000, rapper ODB was arrested here after being on the run from police for more than a month.
Wow.
And locals started calling it the ODB McDonald's. So while the view may not
That's
be very
crazy.
scenic, it might be one of the most famous McDonald's in Philadelphia. Number 6. Shady Isles, Florida. Sunny Isles? More like Shady Isles. The buildings on this beach are so tall that by the afternoon, half the beach ends up in shade.
That's crazy.
Well, at least they're protecting you from the sun, I guess. But Sunny Isles Beach used to look very different. Back in the 1950s, this strip of coastline was mostly low motels and small hotels. It was actually nicknamed Motel Row. Families would stay a few nights, and the beach was wide open to the sun. But in the last 30 years,
Right.
most of those motels were demolished and
Yeah,
replaced.
because you know why? Well, not only do you get to make more money if you have more rooms because you can host more guests, but when you build up these super tall hotels, you get a great view of the ocean. Fuck the people on the beach who want to sit in the sun and have a nice beach day. Fuck that.
Listen, this is what you get for coming to Florida. Okay? Don't come here. We're closed. Stop coming here. Okay? The beaches aren't even that great. Okay? It's just water. You've seen it before. You'll probably see it again. And if you don't like that particular beach, there are like 50,000 other beaches in Florida that you can go to that isn't being like covered by the buildings, which you would probably appreciate, you know, the sun not beating down on you down here. But listen, if you don't like it, stop coming here. It's too many people.
Right? Don't you want this view? Yeah.
With giant luxury condo towers. Today, many of them rise 50 or even 60 floors high.
Money always comes first, bro. That's the thing. It always comes first.
They almost look like a giant wall blocking the beach. And all of this sits on a very thin barrier island that is only about 1.8 square miles. Number
Wow.
7. Indoor balconies.
This is insane. I've never seen this before in my life. Are you serious? I've never seen this. This is
Ew.
wild.
I've never seen this either.
Nothing like stepping out
Ew.
on the balcony in the morning to catch the sunrise.
Right.
Oh wait, never mind. You step outside and just stare into a hallway.
Right.
The
Who
developers
decided to do this?
really said, picture this, indoor balcony. Usually the point of a
Wow.
balcony is to get some fresh air, maybe grill, have a smoke, or just look at the view.
Right.
But no, here, you just look into an empty hallway. And maybe your neighbor, Online love comparing it to Florence, Italy. Now, to be fair, that comparison is a little sneaky. It is not really the size of the whole modern city of Florence, but closer to the size of Florence's historic center. Yes, that is still a very big city. Interchange is large enough to occupy as much space as the famous historic urban centers of Europe. So, I'm not saying it's all bad, but interchange like this has
That's the thing, man. We've gone so far down the car-centric road. No pun intended. That I don't know how we turn the ship around, to be honest.
cars would have to pass through normal intersections, which would basically turn the entire area into one giant traffic jam. And interestingly, if you look about 5 miles northwest of historic Florence, you'll actually find a highway interchange and airport complex that is almost the same size. So even the land of Renaissance cities
Like,
still
look how cities are supposed to look, bro. This is not downtown, right? Like, this is just what cities all used to look like. Buildings, they build vertically and close together. This fosters community. It makes the city very walkable. Everything is close by. Everything is within walking distance. Cars are like not a priority. I imagine they're mainly just trucks and buses, right, to transport large quantities of things and large groups of people. But if you wanted to get somewhere, you hop on a bicycle because everything is like less than 5 miles away. And that's like the far shit. You probably could live your entire life in Florence, going to the supermarket, the gym, third places, parks, school, everything, walking no further than 3 miles, I imagine, for a lot of people.
needs a lot of modern infrastructure to function. Another size comparison, Houston, Texas, and Siena, Italy. This one is even better because it
Wow.
shows the population, with Siena city center having about 30,000 residents,
Yeah.
while the highway interchange in Houston has, well, 0. Of
Jeez,
course,
man.
this comparison is not meant to be taken seriously, but it is pretty interesting when you compare it to a whole city that could have been placed there.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair though, Houston's metro area has more than 7 million people, while Siena is much smaller, so it's not surprising that the requirements for roads are different.
Right,
Sometimes
yeah.
the infrastructure built just to move people around can take up as much space as the places where people actually live. I think Siena would look a lot better with a Walmart and a giant parking lot though. The sizes of these intersections honestly just prove that the US doesn't really have a land shortage. The
Right.
Fiesta stack in San
Yeah,
Antonio,
we are wasting so much land. That's how much land we have.
a 5-level interchange, which by 2025 had its tallest flyover reach about 128 feet high, making it the highest highway flyover in Texas. It feels exactly like the kind of record Texas would want. Or the Newark
And by the way, all the places that I've driven, New York, Florida, California, Texas, Houston in particular has the worst drivers I have ever had to drive alongside, bro. The drivers here are terrible.
airport interchanges in New Jersey. Make sure you're paying
But maybe it's because the roads are so insane. Why they're like that, I don't know.
attention while driving through this one. But if you're wondering what the largest stack interchange in North America looks like, well, this is it. This thing is absolutely massive. Entire neighborhoods were destroyed to build it.
Of course.
What you're looking at is
And I bet you they weren't white. That I can almost guarantee you.
the Judge Harry Pregerson interchange in LA, a 5-level stack interchange with some of the ramps rising over 130 feet above the ground. Despite how chaotic it looks, this kind of design is actually super important. Without these stacked flyovers, traffic from 2 major freeways would have to merge at ground level, which would create constant gridlock. Instead, the ramps allow cars to move between highways without stopping or crossing other traffic, keeping hundreds of thousands of vehicles moving every day. Los Angeles is one of the most car-dependent cities in the world, so infrastructure like this became unavoidable as the city grew. But
Right.
at least the city has no traffic now. Am I right, guys? Well, not
Oh
ex-
yeah, no. If Houston has the worst drivers, but LA for sure has the worst traffic, no doubt about it.
exactly. In fact, it is still one of the most congested cities in the US.
Yeah.
And you don't even want to know what it's like during the holidays. If you thought this was the Trailblazers logo at first, well, it's not. This is actually just traffic during Thanksgiving in Los Angeles.
Jesus.
And the worst part is it happens every year.
Yeah, I lived in LA for like almost 2 years. The traffic is insane. It's disgusting.
You're adding one more lane to fix it though. Volkswagen car graveyard. This is what happened after Volkswagen got caught cheating on diesel emissions tests. The company bought back about 350,000 diesel cars in the United States and ended up spending more than $7 billion building them. Then they had to put those cars somewhere. Right. So Volkswagen spread them across the storage sites around the country. Some ended up at a former football stadium in Michigan. Some ended up at a paper company in Minnesota. And thousands were brought down to the California desert. Volkswagen leased a 124-acre building on site alone, enough space for about 21,000 cars. By the end of 2017, the company was storing about 294,000 vehicles across the US. Most of the cars you see here are buybacks from regular drivers who keep the settlement money. The plan was to keep the car until they were fixed and resold to the next owner, built around the
They probably don't even have the infrastructure in place to break down these many cars for the sake of harvesting the parts and the material and then the metals. They've already been fixed, out of shape. A lot of it has been structurally.
But they could. You can set up so many people with temporary jobs, especially all the people who probably lost their homes in the fire, right? I'm sure that they would be ecstatic to have something to do, right? Just have them go out there and like strip the cars or whatever so people can get paid and then like destroy them. I don't know what that looks like, but yeah, the infrastructure is probably not there though. But they could. They could. Would they? No. But they could.
Like you can't reshape it into a new thing. It's probably more expensive. It is more expensive. If it was cheaper to just recycle these cars than to use new material, then they would have recycled the cars. Because as we said earlier, money comes first. And so because money comes first, that's exactly what they're doing. These cars are going to sit here forever.
Number 10, Paris, Texas.
Paris, Texas.
They say everything is bigger in Texas. Well, this might be the exception. There are many replicas of the Eiffel Tower around the world.
Sure.
Texas didn't just copy the tower. They even named the town after the famous city it lies in. This is the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Texas. A small town about 100 miles northeast of Dallas. So next time you say you want to see Paris or the Eiffel Tower, make sure to be specific.
What is this? Why would they even do this?
The town has around 25.
This is so silly. Do they have like a large French population? Is there anything about this town that actually tips its hat to Paris, France? And this is an embarrassing Eiffel Tower replica.
1,000 residents, but it still wanted its own version of the famous Paris landmark. So in 1996, locals built this replica right next to the Love Civic Center. The tower was welded together by 78 local workers who spent roughly 1,000 hours building it. And yes, the cowboy hat on top is intentional. It was added later to give the tower.
All right, that makes it a little better. If it was the locals that did it, this wasn't paid for by tax dollars. It's like, man, this is an embarrassment if this was actually orchestrated by the government.
Proper Texas touch. For a while, it proudly called itself the second largest Eiffel Tower in the second largest Paris. Then Las Vegas built a bigger one in 1999 and stole the title. But at least
that
this
one looks better.
Tower comes with a cowboy hat. Number 11, Interchange on Beach. This might be one of the strangest highway exits you will ever see. In Biloxi, Mississippi, Interstate 110 ends right on the beach.
What?
Instead of a normal interchange, the road makes a tight loop and drops drivers almost directly onto the sand. On one side, you have the water. On the other side, there's a baseball stadium, parking lots, and a large casino resort.
Okay.
It almost looks like someone ran out of land and just bent the highway around at the last second.
Right.
While it may look unusual from above, this tiny loop actually connects the interstate to miles of beach that stretch across the Mississippi coast. Still, it's not every day you see a highway exit that basically ends at the ocean. Number 12.
Yeah, that's pretty strange.
Anti-homeless architecture.
This is evil, no doubt about it.
This is the definition of fixing a problem with a problem. Instead of spending money on this kind of architecture, cities could spend it on reducing homelessness and helping homeless people.
Right.
But in their minds, this is cheaper than actually dealing with homelessness.
For sure.
And it also requires less thinking. There are benches that still look like benches, but the extra handles in between split them.
And the problem with homeless people, or unhoused people, I think is the proper terminology, is building homes for them, unfortunately, won't solve the problem for a lot of these people. The homes are just going to turn into drug dens. That's just the reality of it. You talk to some of these people, you watch interviews of some of these people. Some of them voluntarily left their homes, like left their parents' houses, unhindered, and because they're addicted to drugs, they're comfortable. They're comfortable sleeping on the sidewalk. Like they're fine. The drugs make it all
part is that none of this solves the bigger problem. It just pushes people a few feet away while making life worse for everyone else too, especially elderly people, disabled people, and anyone who simply needs a place to sit. Number 13, Tent City. This is downtown Washington, D.C., the capital of the richest country on earth, and still, there are tents on the grass.
Whoa.
Not out on some distant edge of the city either, but right between office towers, traffic, and the polished center of federal power.
I did not know it was bad like this in D.C.
At first glance, it almost looks like a campsite in a park. Then you notice the shopping carts, the tarps, and the fact that these tents are standing just blocks from the White House.
Wow.
For a few years, scenes like this became common, and during the pandemic, officials pulled back on clearing camps, so the number of encampments across Washington rose sharply.
Wow.
Even today, the city's official homeless count is over 5,000, so when one camp gets cleared, the problem usually does not disappear, it just moves somewhere else. Number 14, the concrete jungle.
Right.
New York City is perhaps the most famous city in the world, filled with
Here's
skyscrapers.
the thing. This shit is dope, though. I'll be real. Anytime I go to New York City, and maybe it's because I'm not there 24/7, but I don't know if that shit would ever get old to me. I think that shit looks so cool, bro. All the skyscrapers so tightly packed together. You're walking down these streets and they're just massive skyscrapers. Yeah, I think it would be better if we had more of that, and then a lot of the space that gets wasted with highways and roads and parking lots and suburbs that could continue to be green areas, right? And so instead what we have is this like mixture where we have no green areas because of how inefficiently the space is being used.
Papers, crowded streets, and millions of people, which is why people often call it a concrete jungle. Believe it or not, the term actually goes back as early as the early 1900s to describe large, dense cities filled with buildings. And New York City just happens to be one of the places where the nickname fits especially well. In some areas, skyscrapers line up so tightly that they form massive walls of glass and concrete stretching for entire blocks.
Yeah.
This picture makes me think we are kind of similar to bees in a way, except of course, they don't have to pay rent.
Right.
In recent years, housing in New York City has become some of the most expensive on earth.
For sure.
In Manhattan, the median rent for a one-bedroom apartment is often well above $4,000 a month.
Oh my god! I had no idea it was that bad, bro. $4,000 for a one bedroom? Sheesh. Bro, in Texas, you could live in a mansion paying $4,000 a month. Wow.
That's why many people opt for whatever they can get. Micro apartments were made as a clever solution to the housing shortage. Some of these apartments
Texas ain't got New York culture though, that's for sure.
Can be as small as a typical parking space and are often designed to fit more people into the same building. Back in 1879, the city passed a law saying every room needed access to plain air, which sounded great at the time, but it turns out this can also mean staring directly into another apartment a few feet away.
Right.
Before housing law.
Yeah, still definitely if I ever become like, get my hands on a lot of fucking money at some point in my life, because again, I'm not opposed to fucking making a lot of money, but if I just don't like really prioritize it like that, you know. If I ever get my hands on a lot of money, I gotta live in a
Okay. What a great stream. I actually didn't think I was gonna get anything out of today, but we got a lot of stuff done. I gotta go now. Bye-bye.